Peace, everybody. Y'all make sure y'all jump on that like button as y'all pull up. Make sure that we're on the like button as y'all pull up. We about to turn up. Shout out to everybody in the building. Aboriginal Tactic, Eric Cooper, Indigenous Ace to really. Southside still holding. Whole lot of Ace time going down. Catawba Cam, Dosey, Jeremy Hayes in the building. Man, y'all jump on that like button. We finna go through the man, we're gonna put something together, something wild together, right? Later on today, I'm gonna hit my brother Dane. I had talked to Dane, man, and it had to be like a couple months ago. And he was like, man, we should do something with Rod Hayes. I'm like, all right, bet. You know what I'm saying? We'll put it together. So ended up bumping into Rob last night, and he wanted to make the magic happen. Now, I want y'all to be real with me. That's gonna be crazy. You have Rod Hayes, Dane Calloway, and the legendary Topcatz. That's gonna be crazy. That's gonna be crazy. Me, myself, I want to do it in person. I want to do it in person. I want to, it's like a nigga that do layups all day. And then you got this one guy gliding from the free throw line. This nigga here can't even jump up and grab the rim, fam. When you take them out their natural habitat, which is online, sitting in front of a keyboard. Yeah, when you take these niggas off the World Wide Web and you bring them outside, the product ain't the same. Half these niggas bums, more than half of them bums in real life. You feel me? And you see him in person, you wouldn't believe that this the guy that you've been listening to. Nigga don't even comes out. Like, what in the world? Yeah. So I want to do it in person, and I think it'll sting a little better. I think it'll sting a little worse for all them people who hating and misinformating. Y'all gonna have to stop it with all this hate and misinformate. We trying to be great. Yeah, we trying to be great. And I want to come outside, bring the people outside. I want to do something ain't nobody doing. Man, we are in an era where everybody, boy, y'all better be lucky the Illuminati ain't recruiting. Y'all heard them stories, what they say you got to do to get in the Illuminati. Boy, how I see people act around here, man, ain't no telling what these niggas will do. Nigga fuck around would get down there and eat on some dick. Yeah, I don't know, man. These niggas willing to risk it all in this era. Nigga fuck around would been over, let a nigga run up in his ass, come all in his booty. Yeah, and let it drip out. One of these, yeah, I don't know, man. Cause don't nobody want to work for it for themselves. So yeah, that's a female game. The ability to adapt to her environment and do what she has to do for survival reason. Yeah, she'll spread them legs and let you fuck on her for a promotion, a raise, a position. And these niggas, they ain't these niggas in this day, don't nobody want to do their own work. They just want you to believe them, and if you don't believe them, then you're an enemy. Niggas don't want to do their own work. They want to go lay up under a nigga, They want to go cuddle up. Yeah, they want to get body to body with a nigga. I'm telling you, boy, they look at Illuminati. Ain't, man, y'all better watch out. Then you got the Moors out there. You know, the Moors say they started the Illuminati now. What is y'all doing in them back rooms in them temples? What's that secret? What do you mean you're under oath? Yeah, nah. See, these nowadays, they don't nobody want to work for it no more by themselves. These niggas will go cuddle up with another man, snuggle up on them, little snuggle bear. Yeah. These niggas got their leg wrapped around them. You know how you throw their leg? Yeah, these niggas got the leg thrown around them. And they cool with it. Long as you can send some people over here to me. Yeah, nigga press that dick up on his ass and throw that leg across you. Yeah, with that arm. And these niggas are A-okay with it. Nigga A-okay with it. What? So you say I can get a couple members out the chat? Shh. And all I gotta do is bend over and let you spank that ass. Oh shit. And you say I can get 100 likes. Okay. Yeah. Say. So you say 100 likes, huh? Okay. Yes, daddy. Yes, daddy with a Z. Yeah, they don't want to work for it now, man. I don't see nobody putting in no work. I just see talking. Talking ain't gonna do it. Talking gonna get you knocked out. All that talking, a nigga gonna beat for you and sleep you. Boy, ain't no faking in this era, man. Man, you can't fake your way out of this era, bro. You can't play like you know something, and everybody, it's obvious you don't know nothing. It's obvious you're still learning. You know, you listen, homie. You gotta go learn first. Then come out here and then pick a fight. You don't get beat up then, goddamn. And some nigga learn how to fight by getting their ass whooping. Y'all dug that. Kerry say, Indian Peace, come sit by me. All of this is making me uncomfortable. Yeah. He need a snuggle buddy. Yeah. These niggas around there on penitentiary time. Penitentiary rules are in effect. I say that to say, man, this it should be easy, and if it's easy, then you should be cautious. You should be cautious that you're not signing a deal with the devil. Check. You should be cautious that you're not signing a deal, a blood contract. If you didn't get it on your own, homie, then you don't own it. Listen to me. If you did not get it on your own, then you do not own it. Fuck around and become an indentured servant around this some bitch, nigga. Fuck around and be chartered by the king. Nigga, you here on charter? Oh, I didn't know that. Nigga that chartered you out, so nigga, yeah. So when a nigga bring the sugar tax down on you, yeah, when a nigga start bringing down these taxes on your ass, yeah. No more colonial script being used, nigga. It's really the battlefield. What up, though, man? Everybody pulled up. Yeah, got it. Hey, man, these niggas is servitude, man. Say, man, if you don't go out and get your own, homie, somebody gonna own you. That's my advice to nigga. You don't go get your own, somebody gonna own you. You walk around this hoe with a collar on. Yeah, nigga, you got on the collar. I don't know if it's BDSM, nigga, or if a nigga just stating that this is property. Yeah, this is state property. Or a nigga got some BDSM, some initiation shit going on. You back here in all leather, and a nigga spanking you, paddle to the ass. Uh, yeah, initiation. Better go get your own, nigga. Hey man, I ain't had no problem going to go get my own, but I walked a lonely journey. I'm telling you, I walked a lonely journey. I ain't been it over for now, nigga. Me running the dick up in you, man. Ain't nobody gonna know. Just you and I. All right, so check it. Then what we doing with it? I want to turn it up for it though. What's up with it? Jamie Lucchini in the building. Judge Davis. Turn up what time? Inference guard is in the building. Play this little bill, man. Rod Hayes. It's not long. At least I don't think so. I try not to stay long. I want to tap in. I wish I would have came in earlier because there was some points that you know what I'm saying, I would have rather talked about. But I think it was some good topics came up while we was there still. I like that meat and potato shit though. I like when we get to the part that people don't know. I say this. Right now, you know, this is February, and I don't know how many years people been in the community, been around. I would say this here, man. If you're gonna be around here, please learn the politics. Cause one wrong move gets your ass penalized. What Jesus say? One wrong move gets you penalized, homie. Flag on the play. Man, better learn them politics, homie. You better learn about them invisible lines in the ground, nigga. You better learn you some history of the community. For you talking about you want to be a part of something. Cause what you could be doing, nigga, is signing your own death certificate. And them bars on top of bars on top of bars. See, I've been here, and me being here and being able to be outside looking in. I never was a part of the Indian community. I never was a part of the Aboriginal community. I don't know how many people out there know me or been following my journey, but they'll tell you I never been a part of that. When I got here, when you talk about Indian, they wasn't looking my way. There were other people here who were deemed the Indians, and then you had another side who was the Aboriginals. Man, y'all better know y'all history. Guess Topcatz was not a part of neither. All right, I want to just give y'all just a little brief history on how this went down. So when I got here, it was a group called Indian and it was a group called Aboriginals. Those groups were fighting wars. From what I seen on the outside looking in, at that point of time where I came, and Dane wasn't really around then. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't meet Dane then. He wasn't really around that active then. But those Indians that were here, they lost to the Aboriginals. I'm gonna keep it real. I watched it all. By the end of that year, I fucked around and fell out with the Aboriginals. And they found out I was crazy. Who you talking about? The quiet nigga in the back. And they thought that shit that they've been putting on everybody else gonna work on me. And boy, did they find out leave that nigga alone. Leave that nigga back here in the woods. I don't know. Sound like he making a kisu. He carving. All he is just carving. I don't know what he doing back there. But leave him alone because he ain't said nothing to nobody. Leave him alone, and you know, They wanted fucking with me, and I flipped this whole motherfucker upside down. Through the years, through politics, things got cordial. So there are still imaginary lines in the sand. So when people come and on a Martin Luther King and they want to try to bring it all together, when certain puzzle pieces don't fit together, let me tell you something, homie. A man without a plan will never understand. So I'm gonna give you some good game. A man without a plan will never understand. Let me give you some good game. If you show up on the block and you ain't really got no plan, you ain't really got no real reason on why you out here, you ain't got nothing you pushing for or pursuing. If you is in a place of I just want to study, then nigga, you need to get out the field. You need to step to the side and go do that, then come back. Cause nigga, once you get on the field, it's active. We activated. So I'm gonna show you two things gonna happen. Now, are niggas gonna approach you? Of course. Was I approached? Of course I was approached. Of course I was approached. I was approached by both sides. Representatives from both sides. Aboriginals and Indians approached me on some recruiting type of shit. I come from the gang culture. Nigga, if I walk in, my car pull up, and y'all got something going on I don't know about, then my best interest is for me to stay back, stay out of the way. Cause I don't know what happened, what y'all fighting for, or you know what I'm saying? Me personally ain't got nothing to do with me. So I know niggas will slide a note under your door. I know a nigga come tap your shoulder. I know a nigga come befriend you and tell you to come look and see what we have. Pass out a brochure and come see what we had to offer. I know I've been there. I chose to do my own thing. I'm here in this position that I'm in. And it ain't a soul that can say they helped me out here. Everybody else, a lot of people, I'll say, can't say the same. They use people, they manipulated motherfuckers. They manipulated their way in the game. They came and sat on a nigga lap. And felt that warmness from that dick heat up and get hard. Yeah, and it thied them like a son Campbell. That dick went into nigga calf muscle. Yeah, thied them like her son Campbell, and they was okay. Long as they ain't have to work for it. And I'll say a man without a plan. See, I had a plan. I had a vision on where I was going, where I wanted to go. And my vision didn't line up with a lot of the things that was going on. So it was even more right for me to do my, you know what I mean? Go my own lane, blaze my own trail. I feel like people that come after me should adopt that model of bringing something to the game that was not there. One thing, regurgitation is very, very bad. You know, one of the things that I found out being on those colonies on them islands, that a person will regurgitate. They will hear you. They will regurgitate your bars, and they will want the same respect. They will want the same response from the people that you got. So if you come in, drop something, bam, 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 get a standing ovation. Yeah, niggas out the feet, ass out, off your ass on your feet. Woo! Boy, he good. That's good. That nigga, that good. He's a sitting by an angel. Man, somebody else gonna come right behind you. I mean, like they had a tape recorder on, like they reading off the prompt, and bar for bar, and be waiting on their standing ovation. It's a new day. And niggas don't want to work for it. Nigga join some shit that's popping and come stand on the front line. Ain't put no work in for it. Nigga ain't nowhere in life, especially in no type of military form where that is respected. Here, nah, you had to have some blood on your hand. Had some blood on your hand. Man, I watched the movie Gladiator maybe like 4 times in the last 2 days. That's one of my favorite movies, Gladiator. I watched that movie. I watched Troy. And I don't really watch TV or nothing, but I've been putting my lecture together. But I just play them. I watched Gladiator like 4 times. I mean, all the way through front to the back. I see things a lot different than a lot of people. It was a scene in the movie Troy. They were on a boat, and Achilles was like, "Man, we gone." He didn't want to fight for the Greeks anyway. He's like, "Hey, man, we done. We gone." You know what I'm saying? And they pushed their line anyway. They went up ahead of the Greeks and got busy. They lost some men, but they didn't need everybody. I want y'all to understand something. In the movie, on their way there, they didn't to go fight them. They went up ahead of the fleets. Now the Greeks sent out their largest, probably like 300 to 1,000 ships. And that was their largest army they had ever put together. Well, Achilles and his crew now, they went up in front. Then they got way less people. But it don't matter as long as everybody gonna hit. Everybody with them on the same page, fighting for the same purpose. So then you don't need everybody. And then you got all of these Greeks and all of this here. So the battle's over with. The Greeks gonna take the king, they're gonna get the recognition. But really, with everybody standing out here together, you really can't tell who really put the work in. So Achilles and them was about to leave. They like, we ain't banging no more. We finna get up out of here. Well, they turn up again. And the Greeks get ran through. Brrr, damn, nigga, what happened the first time we won? And they realized that Achilles them and his people them didn't fight that fight. They ain't fighting that one. Them niggas had to fight by themselves. And they ain't look the same. Something different. Achilles said, "Hey, look, man, we out of it. We going back." His little cousin, who had just been practicing, cuz ain't ready yet. He told him, he said, "Say, look, young nigga, you ain't ready to fight the Romans, the Greeks, whoever it was." He said, "You ain't ready to fight them yet." Nah, let me get out there. Now, finish. We practicing right now. We working on our craft. One day, you're gonna be in control over this. So some things I need you to know. You're gonna have to go through a stage of what I'm saying, being proven. When you're ready, you're ready. Especially you get an opportunity and you don't have to play the field, because there's a lot come with being on the front line, nigga, and you gotta wear all this on your shoulders. There's a lot come with it, you know what I mean? And so just chill and let me train you up till you get there. Take this as, man, listen, everybody don't get this opportunity. Some people got to come in and figure it out on their own. You get a chance to sit back in a comfortable environment. You're already winning, and you're being trained by the best. When they came to get him and his cousin was back there practicing, and the dude told his cousin, he say, you've been trained by the great Achilles. He said, kings would die for that honor, to be in that position that you, kings, niggas who have everything in the world, they would die for that honor to be trained under Achilles. You get it for nothing. Cuz said, "Hey man, we ain't fighting this fight. We gone. This ain't our fight. I won't lose another man." His cousin Nigga ain't even ready yet. You just been practicing. He put on his armor, go out there. Long story short, he get killed. Went against the big homie wishes for some self shit. Not realizing you put everybody in jeopardized everybody. You know what Achilles did? He took off on his number one man. Nigga been loyal to him forever. Took off on it. Bam, bam, bam. Because nigga, you were responsible. Anything happen, nigga, I don't give a fuck. You don't follow the crowd. Nigga said I thought it was you. I don't, nigga, make sure. You been with me too long, homie. You know our number one rule is we cannot fail. Not even one time. So yeah, I'm mad. Little kinfolk ran out there and done that shit. But nigga, I'm even mad at you because if I'm not here, nigga, you gonna be the one that's here. And if you can't make the decisions, man, then how the car gonna remain at its peak? If I'm gone, then it really ain't no car then, homie, huh? And if that's what it is, then we really ain't got nothing. I should turn around and walk off now. Because what are you really learning from me? And if I'm gone and this shit not gonna live on, this ain't nothing I want to do forever. I ain't even got nobody to pass it to because niggas making decisions off of their own and it's costly to the family. So now what he got to do? Shit, Achilles got to go back here and go put on his armor and go fight a fight that he ain't even got no business fighting. He already made the decision that we not fighting this fight. But the decision makings of those that are around him have consequently affected the family and can possibly lead to us losing everything that we work for. Some things should not happen. Behind every new decision lies a new destiny. I hope y'all got my likes up out there, man. We're gonna go through this video, man. I hope y'all got my likes up out there. What's a community, homie? When you have a group of people who have shared interests, not similar, they share the same. How you feel about it is how I feel about it. And I'm so passionate about it that I'm willing to give my life for it. And if you're standing here and you're not willing to give your life for it, then the wrong person is standing next to me. See, when you get to a certain point or level in the game, they tell you that everybody wants something. They won't open up their mouth and verbally say it, but everybody wants something. Who do you trust? Who can you trust? I've been around for a little time now. I witnessed what caused the wars. I witnessed the seasons of the wars. I witnessed the seasons of the flips. I witnessed the seasons of the people going AWOL. I think I did a great job on staying out the way. Excellent job on staying out the way. Tremendous job on politicking. You always had a Senate. There's always gonna be politics involved. every aspect of the way there's gonna be politics involved. A lot of people show up and don't even understand that there's politics involved. And those are the ones get checkmated, with your throat cut or tossed in the river with a brick tied to your feet. Because you didn't understand what game you was playing in. Nothing comes overnight. Nothing good. Nothing worth keeping. In this life, we all will make bad decisions. But those decisions that we make, if they only affect our lives, then there's room for growth, spiritually, mentally, and physically. But when our decisions are costly to those that are around us, those that we say we care about, those that we should be protecting, when we fail the people, we fail ourselves. If we was in a certain time, a person would have went and took their life if they knew that they had affected, honor, loyalty. Not too many people make it all the way through the game and they can check all of those boxes off. Like I said, homie, when you make it to a certain place, it's almost as if everyone wants something. Yeah, you're here, but what are you truly here for? And a lot of the times, the only thing that reveals that true intention is time. You know, I had a lot of niggas come in and them niggas wanted administration spots. How can I do this? How can I do that? Like trying to work their way. And it's like, I'm gonna kill cuz for his own. I'm gonna end up having to knock this nigga off. Last night, man, Bill, Rod Hayes. Let's go through there. I hope my lights up. Man, I hope my lights up. My bad, y'all, man. I ain't been looking at the computer. Let me get this down, get the video up. I don't know what the lights looking like, man. I hope they looking right. I don't know what the lights looking like. I just hope they looking right. Okay.
It's cycles within cycles, and if you don't never break out the cycles, you're stuck in an infinity loop, forever repeating the same bullshit over and over until you get it right. The exit from the infinity loop is where the pieces all meet in the middle. On both sides. It's an 8 on this side.
Shout out to Mike Pistol, goddamn me.
6 over the 9 makes an 8.
Oh.
69 is balance. This is why they say he stood on Pisces and Vesica Pisces.
69 is balance? Y'all need to get that in y'all diet. Get it in your diet. That's 69. Bring 69 back. You niggas done became lazy fuckers. Y'all, we not gonna let these old niggas outwork us. 69 ain't even in style no more. When the last time you had a motherfucker 69, nigga? Y'all don't nah. Last time you had a 69. And some of you women that got too goddamn big to get on top of a nigga head anyway. Had emergency. Nigga, 911 emergency. I done suffocated my husband. And now they got your ass locked up trying to see if you trying to get that insurance money. Some of y'all too goddamn big to get up there now anyway. The 69 and went out of style. Y'all eating all of the processed food and only vegans are allowed to 69. Fuck that. If you a meat eater, you a carnivore, no, hell nah.
It's the same thing. 2 water signs. One is a crab, and one is 2 fish. And the crab is a crip. Unless he a crip on the flip, then he's a Pyru with the seal.
Carla say she with that. Carla, do you get on top or the bottom?
On his side. It's 2 tribal
Yeah, what type of woman are you? You on top or you on bottom?
knocks in the code that we have to figure out.
Drea, what's up, Dre?
And all it is,
Dre.
The fish is, I will make you fisher of men.
Hey,
well, you first got to make me a fish hook. So King James.
Hold on, y'all. Before we go to King James, let all these niggas put their demo out real quick. A lot of niggas out there promoting that head. A lot of these niggas out here promoting that head. The women say it's a good head though. All head ain't good head. Yeah, these niggas out here promote they tongue game, and these women say, "Oh shit," Carla say she like the right Lord that verse. Jesus, thou Christ Savior, I come to you today on your day, on God's day, on Jesus' day. Amen. Let the church say amen. Run say he want his chin wet. These guys. God damn. Nigga stuck his nose in. Nigga, if your chin wet, then your nose in the asshole. Yeah, you done finger popped it with your nose and you done fucked in the booty with your nose. Oh, yeah, nigga, if your chin wet, if your chin wet, nigga, then nigga, your nose in that ass. Man, Lord have mercy. Jesus is thou created Jesus Day. Today is your day, Jesus.
James bent the I into a J to conceal who ISIS was, so we'll be perpetually confused.
Pete, you better stay out of this. Pete, you better stay out of this.
Because if you straighten out the J, it's going to go right back to ISIS. That means it's going to be returned back to mama. So you teach a man to fish, and he can eat for a lifetime.
No. Sir said, bust his lip. Oh, Sir said he want blood. Goddamn. These niggas, goddamn. Bust my lip. I mean, oh, man. Lord have mercy. Jesus, is thou Christ of the Lord, or do you hear your children?
I'm a fishing motherfucker. My mama taught me to fish at an early age.
Scorpio, very analytical.
Little beneficial, you laughing. You done got out there.
Let me ask you this.
Wait, where it stop?
What made you think? What made you get into believing, or when your eyes started being open, that you thought that you came across and believed, or even knowing that the slave trade did not take place?
The ship narrative doesn't make sense. The slave ship narrative is it defies all logic.
Say he ain't with none of that. Okay.
They said we was packed in the hull of the ship like sardines, man to man, foot to head. Right? And the construction that they was using for them wooden ships back then, that's a gas chamber in 2 days. You got to remember, you got 9 seafaring people on the ocean. What happened to you when you get seasick? Don't you get nauseous?
Absolutely.
So that means you're going to be throwing up. So it's going to be vomit. It's going to be full of vomit down there because it's a whole...
I'm about to say anybody can lie on the internet. So, and then here come Akiri talking about right. So y'all, so what y'all need a demo? What y'all need a little demo track? Are we giving out demo? What y'all need a little demo? What y'all need a little promo? What y'all want to see the product? You want to open it up and plug it in the wall, make sure this motherfucker work? What y'all want to test out the product? What are we doing? Do we need some samples? We got samples. We giving out samples.
A whole bunch of people that's not seafaring. right? Then to take it a step further,
that sound like my
you're gonna have bathrooms. Ain't no bathrooms.
Same question.
So where they shitting and pissing at?
On themselves.
Back then, they used to shit on something called the poop deck. And this is where you get your term swab the deck. That mean go clean the bathroom, motherfucker. This shit everywhere.
We got them trials.
But if you got that many people shackled and chained, you can't run bathroom.
Carrie say finger licking good. Finger licking good.
Breaks enough for everybody to get relief. So it's going to be a whole lot of buildup of fecal matter and urine in the hull of the ship. Anybody that didn't smell hot piss know that ammonia going to be kicking. You ever smell a bottle of ammonia?
Yes.
Okay, imagine that shit everywhere. It's a gas chamber. This is supposed to be a 90-day journey. It's only a 2-week journey from Europe to New York. Y'all got to pay attention.
Right.
It's a 2-week journey from Europe to New York. It's a 90-day journey from Africa to the islands, where they call the Middle Passage.
In the 1500s.
That don't make no fucking sense.
What did they eat? What kind of water did they drink? Who went down in there and could smell that
water
and feed people and give them water?
Right. And can I ask a question to back up?
Hold on before you ask your question, Mama. That nigga is hitting the blunt live. He is 420 friendly. Indian P say them likes ain't liking. Indian P say the likes ain't liking. What we doing, fam? The likes ain't liking. Man, they say the likes ain't liking, man. What we doing, y'all? Jump on the like button. Y'all niggas want to be here for the pussy eating conversation. Niggas want they eye poked out. Niggas want a chip tooth from eating pussy. And I listen, man. And but y'all don't want to hit the like, but the likes ain't liking. And let me tell y'all something. Let me say this here, right? I just don't know how to stress this point, man. When people look at us and they think of us, bro, you want to be represented in a great light. So a lot of times people view you how your people view you. So let's take BCU for example. People will see us on our trips and they'll see the way that we interact like family. And, you know, there's people who see that and say, man, I want to be a part of that. The way that they care about each other, the way that they treat each other, the way that they protect each other, the way that they're there for each other. I want to be a part of that. And they look and they like, well, what's going on over there? And then you come to a person's house and the likes ain't matching and you sitting back. And what that tells me is that you've never been a part of a championship team. I'm gonna be honest. You don't know what it takes to win the chip, to play at a certain level in this game. That's what it tells me, because no matter what, everyone that pulls up is gonna play their part. And if we lose, it's not gonna be because of me, because I held my line. I did my small little responsibilities. You know what I'm saying? When you're dealing with a winning team, you're not going to have to ask, get the likes up and all of that. No, we know what we're here for and we're pushing the same line. That's what I tell the people out here who want to grow their chat and not build it off themselves. You want to go get somebody else's. Well, other people have messages. And in their message, they may be, it may be a different direction than what you're going. So just because you had a body there, you feel me, don't mean you had a proper representation, and your foundation will be faulty. And we know that if your foundation is faulty, you ain't got but a little time for it come to 9. So I say this here, jump on a like button. We have to show that championship mentality. There's no one out there that's doing what we're doing. There's no one out there has more influence than what we have. There's no one out there doing it at the level and the consistency. Every time you're looking around, we are very, very consistent on what we do. Listen, man, it take everybody. You might not think you in the game, but if you in this hole and you pull it up, you in the game. The representation that comes from the people that are here are going to determine the results that come out of it. Now, Topcatz can be great as he want to be, but there's still an aspect and there's still a responsibility there for the people. So hit the like and show that we're a championship team. Show that if you come over here, nigga, we all fight. Strength in numbers. Strength in honor. Strength in honor, homie. One fight, we all fight. And as long as we got each other, we don't need nobody else. If we're going to make it through this, we're going to have to stick together. This is a flip season, meaning a lot of people that you see now, once we get after the equinox and we get after the equinox, homie, things just start to fall into place. If the Aries energy leave and the wars are over with, the wars ain't, y'all think it's some wars now, wait till next month. It's cracking next month. Nigga better have that thing on you. It's cracking next month. Next month is war season. Strap up. It's going down. Trust me. I've been around here. I know the patterns. This time here, this is war time and all that. That's why BCU said we stepping back. Because we're not entertaining the gladiator game that's going to come now. Because what happens is a lot of that last year, it rolls over into this year. The new year don't start until after the solstice. I mean, the equinox. So around late April, May is when you get your roster on who, okay, all right, we locking in. This is going to be the team. So a lot of this right now, you got a lot of back and forth. A lot of people who here with no purpose, or a lot of people coming from places that had no purpose, that had no focus, that had nothing for you to look forward to in the future. No direction that we're going in. We just going, showing up. We freestyling this shit. No plan. Here we have a plan. And if you pull up on us, just out of respect, hit the like button. With championship team, with the best, hands down, period. And, you know, let's just show a little gratitude just by hitting the like button. Trust me, your energy will not go to waste.
That just really quick before it goes to you, Dots. When it's saying, and you know, they're experiencing all these like gas chamber conditions, like you're saying, but they were strong enough to make it across, but many of them died. But they said that as far as the original people that looked like us that were on these lands,
that's for real, Dre.
Died off because of
that's for real, Dre. We gotta let all this shit pass.
Can you talk about that? Some of how they tried to quote like 90% of the original people died off.
Draco,
that's a convenient story to separate.
Draco, that nigga Rob pulled the shit out that blood, didn't he? And the blunt's getting fatter. Shout out to Uncle Rob. Crackhead Root Word, he still holds the Guinness World Record for the smallest blunt ever rolled in mankind. Boy, that nigga came on there with a, and then you know how them dope fiends, they can smoke it all the way to the doobie. Really weed smoke, we don't even let our blunt get down there little no more. Man, this nigga had a skinny mini rolled up, man, with the cocaine on the top of it. He hit it and that bitch started like the little snap cracker pop. 4th of July flame coming out that hoe. Nigga, that crack. Nigga, we know how crack rock sizzle and sparkle up. Yeah, like that nigga lit one of them, like they pop a bottle and yeah, at the club, and you come up with that nigga with the bottles in the flames on them. Yeah, nigga blunt lit up. What's going off of that motherfucker? Crack. Him and a white bitch named Dolphin Cathy. Motel 6 hopping ass nigga. Counter store panhandling ass nigga. How long you had them clothes on, nigga? Them same clothes. Dirty nigga. Why you got on blue jeans and no drawers? Nigga, you out there bad. Nigga, go wash clothes. Nigga out on real Wrangler blue jean, nigga, with no drawers. Why? Nigga, that's some dolphin shit. Steady scratchy, itchy and scratchy ass nigga. And he's a real Moor. Not because his last name Moore, because this nigga out here sleeping with white women. Ask him, he'll tell you. He trying to call him European. Boy, stop. I thought they was a Slavic. Yeah. According to y'all information, this nigga got a Slavic. Yeah, this nigga out here fucking with Slavic hoes. It was a white bitch braiding that nigga hair one day. Man, what type of cultural appropriation is going on around here? Man, that nigga had a white bitch braiding his hair. Incredible. Live. That is more science for you. Nigga, you can never say nothing. A white woman braided your hair, nigga. Goddamn well, nigga, you ain't. So you didn't taught this white bitch how to braid and you giving away. The Moors did say they left them white folks as custodians to the information. So, hey, they nigga giving away. Y'all over there telling y'all Moors cousin these Indian secrets. And they over there sliding into the white bitch. White bitch come out of there look like Rick Ross gal and that hamburger helper. Look like Rick Ross gal trying to make hamburger helper with all the instructions on the back of the box. I just don't see. They tell you how much water to put in some bitch. They tell you when to stir, how long, what to put the temperature on, and you still fuck it up. I just don't understand. You Moors gonna have to get under control.
Get your identity away from the land. It's more likely that the people on the slave ship died off than the people from the land died off. Basic logistics and basic critical thinking would tell you that. If we in the open air, they in the closed chamber. It's a difference, right? So some of us probably did die off from the diseases that the Europeans brought.
They died off on this land. Why not?
We still dying from shit that they brought. Why we ain't stopped dying from the shit that they brought if we still here? I'm Mississippi clay dirt walking. I know where I'm from. My roots go right down that Mississippi River. Mississippi red clay dirt walking. You can smear me with it, and if you didn't know that I was smeared with it, you wouldn't even know I had dirt on me. I know where I'm from. It's not a secret. And the earth tells me where I'm from by the resonance of what we call the nativity. The nativity of the Christ, the anointing. The anointing is the oils. The oils are in the ground. Is
that your ass Googling back there? Who Googling?
Telling us where we come from. But we want to go with the narratives that other people tell us who we is rather than following what our ancestors told us. Here's the thing. Go to the roots. Fiddler is telling the people when Kunta Kinte get there, this is
DJ Divine say, I'm sending my love to you. Sending my love. I could have went pro. I went American Idol, man. I lost in the first round. But I ain't giving up on the dream. Boys to Men, they've been helping me out with my vocals. Raphael. I've been fucking with Raphael. The first thing I do is run straight to you. It's our anniversary. Yeah, I've been working with some greats, and I got an album coming out. I'll let y'all know when the LP drop.
This is an African Guinea nigga. See, we don't know nothing about no Africans. We was already here. Why is this in the slave movie? Why is this fiddler saying we don't know nothing about no Africans.
I remember that too.
Right? So they telling you, but they still shrouded in a fairy tale. So we don't have a personal issue with Africans.
No.
Because they got done the same way we did. But I can tell you this, in the 1800s, they took some of us and set up a whole nation over there called Liberia.
I knew you was going to say it. You better talk.
So we know they took us over.
No, girly girl, I'm giving it to the world. This is you have to understand, this is a gift from God, okay? And he told me to go and share it throughout the world to all of the Israelites who have been dispersed, all of the nations who have been sprinkled around the world. My God is an awesome God. And he told me to sing his name and praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. It is Sunday. That's on my second single that's coming out. We dropping in May, summer. We hits in the street, heavy in the streets.
Over there. And we know that all of the Africans that I didn't talk to, none of them have it in their historical record of mass amounts of people being extracted from the land. It don't exist. But what you do have is 10 to 12 here and there being snatched up by Arab slave traders before they rally the troops. Right? That's been going on long before the slave trade. The Arabs started that shit. The Jews financed it and Europe carried it out. But we didn't know that the Europeans carrying it out looked like us.
Also,
because they whitewashed them in the history books, so we could always look at the pale face as the guilty culprit. When they just used the pale face to keep us out of institutions. Don't worry about it. Bring them all over here, the ones they don't want, and we're going to educate them and send them in to overrun their institutions and put the secrets out in the open. So when Noble Ali came, he gave them the green light. What happened? We had something called the spiritualist movement in the 1900s, where they was doing the rapping and tapping on the tables to tell us in the future what was going on in the past. So when we picked up hip hop, we started rapping and tapping on the tables and spitting the past out in the present. It's the old conjure. That's from New Orleans. That's the whole rapping conjure is a New Orleans-based conjure from root magic in the deep woods of the motherfucking Louisiana bayou. That's where it come from with the old juke joints. This is where jazz come from. Rock and roll, bluegrass, country music. It all comes from that conjure because we always believed in putting the message on the drum. And all of them needed the drum.
Ben said,
except for Scott Joplin. He used the piano because that's what they brought with them when they came from Europe. They didn't never expect that we would be able to learn to master the piano and come up with.
I don't know about that though. Okay, no instruments come from Europe. We go back to the Bonaparte Muros. Niggas on that hoe blowing horns and snares and everything, man. No instruments. Tambourine, we the tambourine. Nah, we beating up tambourine, man. I ain't never seen African tribe beating on no tambourine, man. They don't know nothing about that, man. Damn sure not a piano. And Mozart was a nigga. I don't want somebody said he's a Moor. Get your hidden color watching ass up out of here. Boy, Dr. Kaba lied to you hidden colors over there. But ain't no instruments come from overseas. They came from here and left. Opera music. Check. Opera music comes from America. Classical music, what they call classical music. When you hear Zydeco, go listen to a Mexican band and tell me that first off, they playing the same instruments. Off top, they playing the same instruments. A lot of people may never heard of the music genre called Zydeco. Bum 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 dun 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 dun. And then you go listen to the Mexican. What that dun 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 dun. Stop it, man. They playing the same instruments. Come on, man.
With our own music that made that classical music sound like shit. So Scott Joplin said, let me ever go at it. And they called it ragtime. And it was the birth of the music industry, selling his sheet music for a penny a page. And he wasn't getting a dime of it.
A penny a page.
Oh, sharecropper agreements.
Hey, y'all get the likes over 300. We got
you created and we gonna capitalize on it. Benjamin Franklin discovered electricity with a key on the kite, and he didn't get fried. Make that shit make sense.
Yeah,
because he sure would have been fricassee. He would have been roast cracker if that motherfucking lightning would have hit the key with that string on there. He forgot. Lightning followed the path of least resistance. The key becomes a conductor and the electricity shoot both ways up the string. And we supposed to believe that shit? The first automobiles being made over here, they credited to a paleface. But it was brothers who was already driving cars in the 1800s first.
And airplane.
They the ones who was creating those crank up engines. They still got the flyers. You can find the flyers from the brothers' cars that was back then. They want us to not know who we is, but we always know our handiwork if we the salt of the earth. What do salt do to your food? Don't it balance out all the flavors? Okay, so what do we use to balance out the society? We use arts and entertainment. And this is how they brought the sharecropper agreement into the entertainment industry. So they can capitalize on the natural expression of the people and monetize that shit for they self and they self gain.
Yes. Okay.
D to the O.
I agree. Yeah, history is always told from the point of view, of the victor. That's just what what it is. And just real quickly before I ask my question, because when we were talking about, the rise of the divine feminine.
Somebody said it's the accent for me. Somebody say it's the accent for me.
I was thinking about my uncle because when I was younger, he always surrounded himself with nothing but women. And I remember asking him, like, Uncle Dorian, why, why all your friends, or why you always around all these women? And you know what he told me? He was like, listen, because
Jesus loves me. That's if you want to know the answer. Why have women always been? Because Jesus loves me. Now I'm gonna keep it real. I hung with a lot of girls. Like a lot of my best friends have been girls outside of the hood. I had the same friends since I was young, like 3-4 years old. So growing up in the gang culture, you don't befriend too many guys, right? And if you befriend a female, you may give them a nickname or something, because you don't know who they know or they kin to. And it's just one of the bad parts about growing up into the gang culture. Especially when I ain't talking about just you playing game, but I ain't talking about that. I got shot when I was 19 years old. I'm not talking about when you playing. All right, I'm talking about when life is on the line. But that's why I always had a lot of girlfriends, friends that were girls, let me say that, for a long time. But the answer to that question, why your uncle had a lot of girls, because Jesus loves them.
In my coat of armor, right? Because when you, as a man, surround yourself with women, you become infallible. Ain't nothing we'll take a bullet for you if we believe in you. Ain't nothing happening if we standing next to you.
Believe in me, goddammit. Oh, believe in me.
And that always stuck with me. You know what I mean? All right. I just wanted to say that. Now, I know you have a unique perspective when it comes to creation, right? The creation of different races. So can you speak to that?
Oh, yeah. Women got all the game. If you're around the right ones, they got all the game. That wisdom, they gonna give you all the game. They gonna tell you who good for you and who not. Oh yeah. I remember I first met Treese, and I forgot what I asked her, but she said, I feel like you need to watch her back. So my smart mouth ass, I told her, well, shit, maybe you should watch it for me. That's how I met Cuz.
We do have every race in the genome of the Dark Mother, right? What we call races, they're not races. They tribal genetic types, right? But the term race is applied to the game of the gods.
Tyree say play the video, bro. Hit the cash app, nigga. Hit the cash app. Nigga say play the video. Hit the cash app. Say what JFK say, nigga, don't ask what your country can do for you. Ask what can you do for your country, nigga. Hit the cash app, nigga. Making no motherfucking orders over here, nigga. The video will get played when I press play, nigga. And if you ain't feeling it, then you can bounce. That's how we moving. Nigga ain't no nigga finna come over here and run nothing, nigga. And you ain't put nothing in the game, homie. Nigga, hit my like button, nigga, and hit my cash app, nigga, if you want me to, nigga, if you want some, if you want it how you want, this ain't Burger King, nigga, have it your way, nigga. Nigga, I press play when that, nigga, the video get played when I press play, nigga.
And trying to race to the conclusion of the closing of the age. So, when we using the races in terms like melding pot, one drop of blood, stuff like this, they're telling us in code what's taking place. So this takes us to what Bobby Hemmett calls the great debauchery, where the natural evolutionary process of humans was interrupted by scientists in the laboratory that caused genetic mutations. You're going to notice in about 20 years that mutations are going to start to decrease because all of those mutations now are under scrutiny by the mitochondria, who is the factor that clears up genetic defects in Y chromosomes and X chromosomes. But the Y chromosome specifically, because a lot of the defects came in riding on the Y chromosome based on what was done in the laboratory. They altered the genetic structure of humans to keep them perpetual slaves and never have a right to ascend to higher consciousness. What happens when they try to ascend to higher consciousness is the body begins to deteriorate and break down. Excuse me.
Good gas.
A prime example is Stephen Hawking.
Get him, gas.
He was only left brain. He never activated his right brain. Because his intellect was so high, he didn't have the right brain to offset the rapid firing of the neurons in the space of the silver liquid. The silver liquid is the liquid that your cerebral spinal fluid pump at birth. As you develop, you're supposed to develop.
Hey, time out. They told me it's my nigga Golf Coach Scalper birthday. Hey, Golf Coach, it's your birthday. If it's your birthday, let me know in the chat. That's a day one, nigga. That's a real BCU nigga right there, man. Stump down, play the background and everything. But gonna hit off top, man. Mississippi to East Atlanta in the building, man.
Into where you're pumping a.
Hey, nigga, I got a bottle for you, nigga. The day your birthday, nigga, I got a bottle for you.
right brain, left brain simultaneous pump and draws up what's called the sacred secretions from the root chakra all the way up to the brain.
Joe Jack.
This in turns make the silver liquid become gold in color. And when it does that, the right brain abstract creativity of the mother side of the brain, in the Queen's chamber sits the pineal gland that received the psychic impressions from source. So what they did in the laboratory with the people is turned off right brain reactivity by genetic splicing of the DNA. When they done that, now we are under a judgment from Prime Creator for violating the rules in the free will universe.
Shout out to my nigga Gulf Coast Scalper. Happy birthday, nigga. I just sent you $50. Nigga, go get you a bottle, nigga. Happy BCU day. Real day one, nigga. Been stumped down on my side, nigga, the whole way. The whole time. They ain't never asked for nothing, nigga. I always played the background. You feel me? But I always was front line, man. Gulf Coast Scalper, and he a real nigga. You know what I'm saying? East Atlanta in the building, man, all the way to the ship, man. Real street niggas fuck with me. What G say? Real street niggas can relate to me. Yeah.
The will of a group of people has been undermined by scientists in the laboratory that prevents them from natural rights of ascension. In the same text that tell us about this genetic defects, the Sumerian tablets, it also tells us that the remedy for the problem is to give them the blood of the gods. They ain't talking about the men, they're talking about the sisters. Because she is the genome corrective analysis comes through the mitochondria. But she first have to assess the genome. Right? And assessing the genome, when at the close of the age, you get the source codes in, they already came in, the women now holding the source codes that will correct all of the defects that was created in the laboratory. So now everybody will have the equal rights of ascension. And this is why they told us the Jesus story the way that they told it to us, because the blood of the Christ is the blood of the anointed, because Christ means anointed. And the anointed ones are the original dark mothers of the earth. So this is why all of these people are coming over here, because this is where source blood was at its highest potency on the planet. The tribes from this land. And we also had intermixed with the Asians and the Africans. So we already had their genetic codes too. Right? So now when the new people come, they need the drop of blood in order to break the cycles of the infinity loop. And this is the conquest of the great debauchery in the experiments done on people in laboratories that was repugnant to the Great Mother. The stories written about it in hieroglyphics, right? And
so to be clear, so if I understand correctly, right, do you believe that the birth of civilization, that humans or whatever, that they came from one place in one region?
It was spontaneous around the planet.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, the women have always been here. The men are the newest of the genders.
Yes.
Women used to produce with parthenogenesis until a collection of women decided to produce men as a counterbalance.
Pretty brown, driving me wild. What'd he say? You know you wore that dress for me.
No, I don't have any questions. I'll pay.
What you say? You know you wore that dress for me.
Not at all.
Manish, you okay?
Pretty brown, pretty. Nisha just mean.
Not even about DNA or nothing.
Nisha meaner than the boogeyman himself.
But okay. Dulcie?
She said she was stepping away for a minute. So
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I pretty much understand everything that you're saying, and I'm letting you know I agree with everything that you're saying too. I'm going to go ahead and come up with this situation. There's been a lot of controversy concerning these new DNA. I had okay, because to me, from the beginning, no different than what I feel about the vaccines is the same thing I feel about this particular situation. I have my own thoughts about things, and pretty much you sound a lot like me with certain things.
Oh, okay. But she really a teddy bear, Carrie. She be playing tough.
Continue to convince the people that they have a connection,
tough, and you really a little lovey-dovey.
It's like you take the test and you see you can connect with everybody on these lands, but I'm gonna just throw in some different places in Africa. You can't connect with it though. But I'm just going to give you some places that wasn't even there at the time. Because remember, Africa still itself is a Johnny-come-lately word.
Be more in the building.
Then they say, well, the continent was still there. But even if the continent was there, these particular places were not.
That's the names of the places were not, right?
Africa,
the landmass was there.
Let's just go to cut to the chase on the DNA test. The fine print say it's for entertainment purposes only.
Nisha, you better watch it.
Wait a minute, let me get this out.
Gary call you his
in the midst of that. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the other thing for my next question because something you said, and I should have probably jumped right on that, but something you said brought me to want to ask you this question. But I thought Nisha was going to ask you the question because she, so I said, well, shoot, I might as well jump on it seeing she ain't, What do you think about that? And my other question, I'll wait until my next go round come around. And then I ask you that because the controversy between Aboriginal, Native American, Indian, Moor, and I keep trying to say they all different. And I'm going to tell you why I say they different.
Okay. So the DNA test says for entertainment purposes only. Right. So that means that whatever it is, if it's for entertainment purposes only, it can be altered to fit the narrative that they're using as the entertainment.
He managed.
It's like wrestling being the outcome is determined. It don't matter what happened in the match, the outcome is determined. So the 21andMe, if you go back to Henry Louis Gates, he told you when Oprah went to Africa, she said on the news broadcast that she was Zulu. His friend called him up while they was doing her DNA test. Since they making it up as they go anyway, this is literally what he said. Since we making it up as we go anyway, just make her Zulu.
Henry Louis Gates.
And when her DNA test came out, they found out she was Zulu. They got to tell you what they doing.
And he laughed about it.
They got to put it in the public domain so you can locate it so that you can show what you're talking about when you tell people that it's an entertainment and the entertainment is the slave narrative. To disassociate the people. It's the same with reparations. The only reparations we want is to get our shit back because we back for everything they owe, but they just so happen to owe us everything. They won't have nothing to give us for reparations after that. Right? They all fabricated, built up on a legal fiction, a house of cards. And when you get the root card, the whole house comes tumbling down. Fruit of the poison tree doctrine and law.
Got to build your foundation up, right? Bro?
They drew up those titles to the land because we didn't sell land no way. We didn't need no titles to the land. We already knew that the clan mothers governed the land and who settles where. And they had conventions. This is where you get your Congress from. Congress is a Congress of mayors. The mayors is town mothers. So they would go to a meeting once a year and they would say, okay, this chief got 2,000 followers, but he's still under this other chief's jurisdiction. We need his own town. So he was get appointed to plot of land to settle based upon the natural formation of the land. Your land is between this mountain, this line of trees, this river, and this row of rocks. It's your time. That's your land. You go take your 2,000 people, separate from the chief that you under, because y'all don't see eye to eye to prevent warfare.
Politics.
From uprising in the family.
Politicking.
So then they go and get their allotment, and then the resources goes with them to facilitate a successful settlement. This is not what we was doing before Columbus came. We got to go back to what we was doing before the enemy came if we want our shit back. Because the enemy gave us a system and told us if we use his system, he'll fight for us. And the only thing he's been fighting is us. You can't fight for us and fight us at the same time.
Moors.
That don't even make sense. That's called an oxymoron.
That's called
you can't fight for us.
It's called an oxymoron. You can't be us and fighting on the nigga. What? How you gonna come over here, come try to jump on us? And we supposed to be brothers, man. We supposed to be brothers, man. What he said in Menace Society. Oh, you a baller? Oh, you a baller? Nigga, give me this motherfucking flag.
And fight us at the same time. They call us dependent nations in a constitutional law. Outlaw tribes, savage tribes, and non-treaty tribes are all of the terms they use to describe the tribes that didn't want to play their game. But we have to use our system. We can't use their system. It's designed to keep us forever in slavery.
But remember, Rod, you did say that some people from over on these lands, and me and Dulcinea said this to someone we were speaking to, people from over on these lands went over into that continent. So It's very possible that when they took the test, they, because now they're considered Africans.
But that's possible because they created a whole country called Liberia. But they not telling people they from Liberia. They telling you from Sierra Leone, you from Ghana.
Right.
You from Somalia. Nigeria. They ain't telling nobody they from Sierra. From Liberia, where we do have genetic links to. That just so conveniently to skip all the DNA tests.
Mm-hmm. Because it's just they give you a part, but never can tell you how you connected. Like Dulcinea says, where's the person and the people that you are connected with? Not like a little portions, different portions.
Look,
never connect to it.
If you know how DNA works, once you get past like 3 generations, you have too many ancestors to tie you down to one. It doubled every generation back. Your 2 parents had 4 parents. Your 4 grandparents had 8 parents.
And it goes on.
Them 8 parents had 16. It doubles as you go back. If you go back 100 years or 200 years, you talking about 64 to 100 and some ancestors. Which one is they talking about was the African?
Facts. I threw that in to try to help them a little bit, but I'm with you with it.
Right. So DNA don't work like that. The DNA that they read only expresses what they call a phenotype.
Mm-hmm.
A general descriptive appearance that's on a specific code of the DNA. And they assume because you have the same physical characteristics as somebody on the other side of the water that this will fit the narrative to disassociate them from the land. We ain't.
Hey, Elijah, are you MST more, brother Elijah? Hey, y'all, let's get the likes to 400. Let's get the likes up to 400. Let's show championship team. Man, championship, bro. We winning the chip. Hey, brother Elijah, are you MST more or Renegade more or an American more? Oh, I see you come in with your fez on. You got your finger pointed at the mine on your Malcolm X. Let us know which denomination of Moors do you come from, and do you connect to any of the Berber tribes that come from North Africa and Europe and West Africa? Help us out on that, brother. I like your hat though.
Ain't that dumb no more.
And
we used to be.
Yes.
We used to be, but we ain't that dumb no more. There's too many of us aware that we from over here because we feel it in our bones. We don't need nobody to tell us. The earth talk to us if we listen and tell us if we belong here. If we don't belong here, we get restless until we find where we belong.
Delcy, because it kind of, I took your turn, Delcy, so now it's your turn.
No, I ain't want no beef
Delcy,
with the dude. Hey, listen to me, brother.
Yeah, I am.
Hold on, y'all. I want to make a disclaimer. Hey, brother, I had no problem with you being here, brother Elijah Bay. I appreciate you coming through. We not no jump out and hop out on and try to destroy any of our brothers. It's a lot of people that are Moors that do tap in over here, and they get all the love and respect, and especially with Topcatz. So, man, don't think we asked it to try to make you a target or nothing like that. I just really wanted to know, big homie. And I appreciate you being here. And nigga, you safe and you comfortable and you welcome to be here. And we're glad you're here with us. You feel me?
I try to teach so many people that about DNA. I love it. Like, we are past that point of not understanding what they're doing with DNA and why they say the ethnicity estimate isn't a real thing or for entertainment purposes only. So when we're actually getting into this and we're seeing that we are a different people on the land, how do we start to really come together and get that back? Do we start learning from our family and finding out what nation we are in our family? Should we all come together despite what different nations we're a part of and join into one conglomerate group? Or what do you think?
Bad idea, though. So you're gonna be a lot.
We still gonna always be tribes. Tribes mean families. We gonna always break up.
Hold on, let me point this out too, y'all. I want to say this here, and this not to knock what they're saying because I even used those terminology before. But when we get into tribes, our people them never were called tribes on this side. When you get to what they call plain Indians or Mongoloids or those that come out west, those were the people who were identified as tribes. Where we from was always identified as chiefdoms. Now, like Unc said earlier, he said you would maybe have a chief in this village, but he may answer to a chief in another village, but even though he still have the power in the place that he's at. And so when you go through the stories, we had chiefdoms. Some chiefdoms came together and created a confederacy. You know, if y'all get down, we get down. Y'all know, like BCU in the 13, Dane in the 13. They have their chiefdoms. They live by their politics. Still, you know what I mean. They together on a mission. You know what I mean, for whatever vision they have set out for them. But if you want some funk or some smoke with the 13, then they have an alliance with BCU. So if you attack the 13, then you should have just came over here and set it off with the BCU too, because we coming and we don't lose. We don't lose.
Into extended family group.
400 championship mindset, Mamba mentality. We don't lose.
It's just the nature of who we are. This is why when we started tribing up in the 60s and 70s, they started labeling the tribes as gangs because most people don't know gang mean tribe. Right? So we just need to first close down the old system, and nature will put us back in the proper structure as the tribal mothers step up and be recognized, and the families will begin to remember shit. They don't know why they remember it. We know everything already about the land. Talk to us, telling us what took place. But we have to get back into the energy where we receptive to the messages that the land is producing to tell us the whole story. The animals reenact the story, the trees. Like most of us, a high percent of us don't know that you used to be able to walk the treetops from Florida to damn near Texas without ever climbing down out of a tree, getting on the ground. But they chopped all the trees down because it was wartime. And they took all of the cypress trees out of Florida, which was the giant trees that covered the land of flowers. This is all researchable information. That was the side effect of the Gullah Wars.
Black Wild Indian.
They started gator baiting our babies because we used to ride alligators and sick alligators on their ass in the bottom of the canopy on the ground in the swamp, and used to attack them from the trees in the top, and they didn't have a chance.
Yeah, Nisha ready to
So it was all derived out of warfare. The genetic information that they feeding us back from their DNA testing is all warfare. We can either win the war or we can choose to take sides with the enemy.
So you finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
Get the likes up to 400, family.
So how important is it for families to own or reclaim like property, land, using the legitimacy of the courts, right? And then the second piece is, which treaties do you feel or believe like is the most important or effective in doing so or in doing that?
So using a court system only gives them jurisdictional context to assert jurisdiction under the color of law. We don't need them for nothing. We don't need their courts, which was established, the first bar association was established in Savannah, Georgia, about 1863, 1864, by order of King George, to usurp the tribal courts. We still have tribal courts over here, but because we believe they more legitimate than we are, we only participate in their system. There's nothing they can do once we get back to our own culture. The land was used to facilitate farms, to produce foodstuffs, to take care of the family wherever they was at throughout the country. We used to ship food from Big Mama house to the villages. Well, we call them towns and cities now, right? But they were just little settlements of people. Some of them had castles, some of them had huge buildings, and some of them had small houses and huts, log cabins. But it was what we choose to do with our settlement. And that was part of us receiving settlements, is being able to control our own destiny.
Nene?
So
here she goes.
What work are you doing to get the goal that you want?
Is it boy this shit something? Me and the boogeyman himself. Boy, niece, boy, here we go.
Want to get?
Wait a minute, say that again.
What work that you're doing, or is this just ideology? Is just opinions? I mean, what are you out here doing? I really don't know. So I'm just asking.
I think I understand what you're saying. So when you have the blood rights as a member of the royal families of the land, you become what's called a pretender to the throne. And your life work becomes the foundation that you build as you go on a campaign to alert the rest of the heirs on the land that you assert in your jurisdictional right to restore the land. And so the campaign is a process called the redemption process that we follow, where we use the oral tradition. This is why I use social media, because it's all time-stamped and dated in archivable format for the purposes of public notices. So whatever I'm putting in the public domain, no matter whose show I'm on right now, I'm also asserting my rights to restore the land back to the original people, wherever they at on the land. it don't matter where you at, because once we get it back, the family will have family reunions again, centered around one of the grandmamas we would call big mamas. And they would set up the family trust, which is your family banking system, in order to allocate resources to the members of the family. And even the tribes that don't think from referring to them will receive their tribal rights back under our system that they were denied under the corporate fiction that was the interim government for the time of war. That's over with. They closed March the 1st. Right. So, well, that's the scheduled day of closing. They're supposed to have been closed.
Championship mentality.
But they have no bill on the table to try to extend their legal fiction any longer than March the 1st. So we will be having a national Mardi Gras next year.
Yeah, I might have to pop out. Hey, we got a support alert. Shout out to Rainstorm. Rainstorm, you got some mail coming. And shout out to Teasy and the Cash App. Appreciate that little Rainstorm and Teasy and the Cash App. Rainstorm, you got some mail coming.
Trump announced it as a 250-year celebration. Right. Which takes us to February the 25th, which is tomorrow. And it's 25 on 2 flips, which is 2 quarters. 2 quarters is 50 flip. And you have 50 on each side. That's 200, which is the 4-corner shuffle to put everything back in its proper order. There's balance on both sides. 2 quarters on this side, 2 quarters on that side, which turns out to be 4 sevens, which is 4 masters. So it's all about getting back to our own systems so that we can be self-determining and autonomous, and we can make all of those decisions at the leadership summits about who gonna settle where and how we gonna tribe up. We got the right to restore our cultural heritage any way we see fit without anybody's outside opinion even being given a fuck about. This is not about what they think or want us to do. It's about what we decide to do amongst ourselves at this point.
Bars.
We have to choose how we want to be as a people across the land.
And that's the message I keep saying in BCU. We have brought something to the game that's never been here, and we're standing on the backs of our ancestors. And so when I say failure is not an option, we got to go back to those gladiator days. Man, when you died for honor, when you stood for what you believed in. And my message has never been to believe in me. So it's not you fighting for me. You fighting for you, your family, and to restore that and to connect back to the roots. It ain't never been a follow Topcatz. Topcatz is Topcatz, and Topcatz has his own destiny that he has to blaze, his own family's own inheritance that he has to go back and get work done in. While he's doing that, everybody else should be on that same journey. That's where you find the greatness. That's what's different about here than anywhere else. It's self-accountability when you come in the door. And that's why a lot of people really don't mix or come, because it's too easy. All they have to do is just claim a certain title that didn't come out of the house. So they're not even connecting back. You are disattached. And they feel as though they're breaking away from the matrix, but you're actually bringing people into the matrix, because as long as they're disconnected for their roots, they'll never be in their proper place, and they'll never have their birthright. And so, honor. I told you I've been on my Gladiator and my Troy, and I be watching those ancient movies where you had to go battle, you had to go fight, and it was hand to hand combat. And you have to fight for what you believe in. We are the best. We have the best message, and we're tied to our ancestors. So we ain't taking no ills. Not at all. Get the likes up. I'm about to come in at any time now, y'all. I'm about to pop in at any time.
Why do you think this information makes people, or this? Sorry, y'all. I know I'm going on just real quickly. Why do you think that these types of discussions, information, what have you, right? These types of bills make people become very emotional, and oftentimes the conversation, depending on how well is moderated, it can become really, really disrespectful, right? Why do you think that is?
A lot of people.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
A lot of people's feelings is hurt because they believed for so long a thing was one way, and when you find out for the first time, damn, I got tricked. That's not the first thing that you feel, though. The first thing you feel is the anger and the resentment of the fact that you was tricked. Then the next thing that you feel is, I didn't mind finding out I was tricked, but why did it have to be this motherfucker to tell me? Because
shout out to Abdullah Bey. What he said, he mistaught people information for 25 years. And look, it ain't nothing that he came up, because see, nowadays people are coming up with their own thing, and they're saying, okay, this is what I found and I'm gonna go with it, but ain't got no proof on it. And Abdullah said somebody else taught him wrong, and consequently he was out here fighting for his people, and for 25 years he taught them wrong because of somebody else gave him something wrong. It's a lot of people been out here that's why I don't like regurgitation. That's why I say everybody's answer shouldn't be the same answer, because if you didn't come from the same mother and father, then you don't have the same story. So you're unique. Everyone has their own story. Everyone has their own testimony. And so it shouldn't be no regurgitation. Not in this, not here. You can't regurgitate because you can't copy out nobody's paper. Either you're going to pass or you're going to get passed up. And it's simple as that.
The person that they expect to see is not the person that appeared with the information to set them free. And so you don't look the part. They reject what you're saying as if you don't know what you're talking about.
I love that answer.
It's a response to cognitive dissonance in the negative.
It's almost like, who you think you are, nigga? Like who you think you are? Yeah. How dare you? You know? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah. Go ahead, Dulcie.
But see, that's part of shadow work too, finding your self-identity. Can't nobody tell you who you is. If you let everybody tell you who you is, they creating your artificial ego for you.
That part.
Because your ego is the sum total of everything anybody told you about you that you believe without investigating to find out if it was true.
Mm-hmm. That's right. You know that saying? You ever heard that saying? That let me see. You know, not everyone is for the streets. That's why sidewalks was made. Heard that flow, right? Yeah. Everyone ain't for the streets. That's why a sidewalk was made, right? Okay. It don't have to be an either or. It don't have to be like you proving one thing or another to me. Like, chill. It's okay. It's okay. You could be that. That could be for you. That's fine. But we good over here.
Yeah. I don't mind people disagreeing with me. I don't think everybody supposed to agree on everything all the time anyway. We'd be some fucking idiots. Only if you disagree and then you go to prove it wrong and you find out you prove it right, do you change your mind.
Plus, Rod, they've been taught to be so proud of somewhere else besides here. They have really actually been taught to be proud of everywhere, well, Africa and everywhere else besides here. We can never be proud of where we are, no matter who have died for us, no matter who have fought for us. We cannot be proud of who we are here. And mentally, they have actually brainwashed us. And when you try to tell them the truth or try to let them see it a different way, they literally cuss you out.
Oh, I ain't been everything but a child of God.
Me too.
Right. And so,
told I'm wrong because I asked the question.
Mm-hmm. Look, I feel like anybody got a right to feel and think however they want. That's their right. I just don't have to give a fuck. I never read that nowhere where because you don't like me, I have to be overly concerned about it. I don't care. I don't care. You're supposed to have your own perspective of your life, right? It just so happens that most people believe they have their own perspective, but they following some dogmatic pursuit somebody else gave them. I'm not following dogma.
Nisha had a question for you.
I'm following what's in my heart. My heart told me where I belong. Period.
No, I'm good.
Oh, you did?
I was going to ask you, as far as genealogy goes and really trying to build your family tree and find your family history, have you done it for your family line? And I had questions about that, like finding the people that were indigenous here. A lot of us are getting stuck at this Negro, Black, colored. What would you say as far as building farther than that?
So they running into the paper genocidal construct where they reclassified us under fictitious terms and alternate definitions of who we are as a people. So we would always disassociate who we are from the land. I know where my parents is from. I know what tribes are from those lands. So I don't care what they say. I know my history because my mom and my daddy told me my history over my lifetime, and my aunties and my uncles. They told all of the stories of the family that allowed me to reach back generations of information through the stories that they would tell. I don't need a DNA test to prove who I am. I said who I was. That's proof for me. It don't have to be proof for somebody else. When I tell a person I'm Mississippi Clay Dirt Walking, that's because my people come from Mississippi. And I got a strong connection to the land in Mississippi. And my father's Canton, Mississippi. My mother's from Magnolia, Macomb, Mississippi. Most of those towns, Tylertown to Macomb, is built on my grandfather's actual own settlement. They carved it up and built cities on his land. I know who Hezekiah Johns was. So when they don't know who their ancestors was, they can't tie back in to the information because they disregard the word of mouth for the paperwork of the educational or miseducation system. So I don't follow that. I follow what my elders and my ancestors told me that's crossed over now while they was in the physical form, more so than what's written in a book.
So, are you finished, Dulcie? Or you had another question?
No.
Go okay. Ahead. So, we all know that we have been labeled many, let me put my face in. Many different things. We've been labeled Aboriginal. We've been labeled Indian. We've been labeled Black. Now, mind you, I know that we are tribal people. Okay. And I'm only speaking about our melanated people. The reason why I'm doing that is because of the conversations that we've lately had about Native American, which I have explained that if Native American come up in your DNA, it's because you have some type of like Mexican or something in you. That's why it's coming up. It is coming up because you got somewhere in your family, you have some either Puerto Rican, Mexican, or something like that. Now, I'm not saying that they're original to the land. I'm saying that they're just natives. Remember when I said I wanted to kind of talk about the difference? Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, when it says Aboriginal, it's because you're original to the land. But that's just a status that was put on you. That's not changing the fact that you're a tribal people. If they say you're Indian, that's your status at that time, but that's not changing the fact that you are a tribal people. If they say you're Black, African American, those are labels that the undone people done put on you. It does not mean that you're not tribal or original to this land. And that's not to say that you haven't played a part each time at different times on those particular statuses that they have put on you. Because what reason would your great-grandmother and grandmother have to say we're Indian? What reason would they have to lie? You know what? People will say, because they're not proud of being African. And I often wonder, Africa wasn't there. How can they be proud of something that wasn't there?
Africa was created by the Berlin Conference.
But the continent was there, but it wasn't called Africa. We've always, and I hope people understand, we've always been a tribal people. But these statuses and names to invasions and conquering and all this has been put on in different places.
Look, you remember earlier I said on the East Coast, we were marrying between the royal families of Africa for thousands of years. That landmass has always done trade with the tribes over here.
Okay.
We kept a lot of the African cultural traditions in the Gullah Geechee community because they the descendants of amalgamation of original people from this land and the people they did trade with from Africa. Some of the ones that we called Native Americans that was on the West Coast was due to us, the original tribes, amalgamating with the tribes that was from Asia when we did West Coast trade across the Pacific. If you don't know the pattern and the path that the enemy took when he got here, he will confuse you about these details. But the Chinese and the Japanese have a record of doing trade with the tribes over here and bringing brides from over there to over here. It's in their records. So we don't need the records from the settlers because we can go to China and get their records. And they would gladly produce them.
How long has it been called Africa, Rod? Do you know that?
It was at the Berlin Conference. I think it was like 1780 something.
Right. But when the full continent was called Africa, it was now in the 1800s.
Right. So at first, Africa was a region in the northern part of Al-Maghrib. It was only a region. Because of the war we was fighting against people from Al-Maghrib, and we go into this kind of war with them, they named the whole continent Africa in the Berlin Conference because that's when Ifraq in Arabic, they divided, Ifraq, they divided up the land. They divided up the land in the Berlin Conference, right? We didn't call it Africa. Over here, we used to refer to the land as the Afar Inca.
Okay.
The Afar Inca is a homonym for Africa. So we knew we called it Afar Inca, and we knew we had trade with people from over there as proven by Mansa Musa, right? And that his brother found it so heavenly over here amongst our women, he didn't want to go home. And he brought his spear of rulership to this land and presented it to the big mama over here.
But I'm hoping people, excuse me for interrupting, I'm hoping people are hearing you, that there's always been a connection.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, people are saying, like someone just said, that my great grandparents, it was called Africa at the time. Well,
because look, they wasn't, but great grandparents back is just when they named it that.
Yeah, I mean, my great grandfather, my great-grandfather's, I think he was born in the early 1900s. Like we talk about 1904 or something like that, or and they weren't even sure if that was his actual year of birth. Like it might have been, maybe before then. But that means my great-great-grandfather was born in the 1800s. So I don't know if they would have known, or, but these people were already on these lands. When I did my genealogy, I went back to the 1600s.
Talk to him, Freedom.
So
talk to him.
Wouldn't they have known if they would have came from Africa in the 1600s? Yeah. And wouldn't that would have been talked down in the family line?
Yeah.
They would have said they tried. They would have identified. And over there.
Yeah. Y'all know about if Big Mama, that boy, y'all thought that was that boy daddy and it wasn't. See, y'all know about all of those. Y'all know if Big Daddy had 2-3 other families and y'all got cousins, brothers and sisters on the other side of town. See, y'all know about all the other stuff in the family, but no African stories. No, not our people. Then you got the messy aunt who maybe was in competition with your mama, and they gonna bring out all the little dirty little secrets. Every family had those. Uncle done touched one of them kids. Our family, that who's who, and them stories get passed down. Like my grandma can go back to her great grandpa and how they actually split. They were brothers. They were cowboys. Some of them split and they went to Oklahoma. Some of them stayed down in Texas. She can break that story down. They changed their last names. These are things that happened in the 1800s. And my grandma can tell me about them because these are the stories of the family. Everyone have them. Hey, y'all, let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes to 450. Let's try to get 500 before we get out of here.
There right now.
And legendary Topcatz is about to join the build in a few seconds. We letting the beat build up. Y'all jump on that like button, support the show.
The only time they identify themselves outside their tribe is when they attaching it to the modern terminology for their country. Otherwise, if they talking to each other, they identify their tribe to each other. They know each other by tribes.
Right.
But when they go out into the world, they have to use what the rest of the world has accepted as the norm. So they identify their tribe from this country.
So I'll give you an example. When you in any places, most places you know them by their surnames. Families, you know them. Some might have a lot of boys in the era. You might have a lot of girls in the era, and they have these big families, and you know them by name. You know if you went to school with them. See, back then, how the old folk talk, they first thing they want to know is who your people them are. Where y'all from? Who your people them? And then they gonna network. They gonna get on the phone. They gonna get in contact with somebody and figure out if you lying or not. Do you really know them? Who you say you are? That always operated like that. Y'all ever heard the stories of you in a small town? Everybody know everybody. I know we all heard that one when they say everybody know everybody. Well, how they knowing everybody? They knowing them through family. They knowing them through friends. Did you grow up in the area or community where people say, I know your family? They know you by your family. Oh, that's such and such boy. That's such and such boy. Oh, I knew your daddy. Your father was an honorable man. I knew your mother. I know your aunties. I knew your grandpa. These type of things. That has always been our culture. You feel me? So if things, that's why a lot of oral history go down, and they always tell you what's talked about in this house, don't leave out of this house. And so that's that energy that OG Rod Hayes is bringing. This is what he's speaking about, and I'm just putting it in terms that we'll understand. You feel me? Experiences that we had throughout our life. This is what he's pointing at.
Right. They don't identify themselves as Africans, even because they're going to tell you they Nigerian. They're going to tell you they from Swahili. From Tobago or Togo.
Of course, yeah. Even
Algeria, Kenya.
Oh yeah,
they're not gonna say they Africans.
People. Very, very prideful people.
So Africa is a broad contextual catch term to list every tribe over there. They don't agree with each other about their tribal origin, but each tribe is in a country they forced to accept by settlers, colonizers. They didn't divide the land up. They told us when they divided it up at the Berlin Conference, which made the Spanish-speaking Arabs and the Arab-speaking peoples that was in the conference call it Ifrak, the divided lands that was divided up in the Berlin Conference. You hear people talking about it was called Al-Qiwalan. That means the land before. Before what?
Man, it came in the 80s.
It wasn't called, that's an Arabic term.
Yeah, and it came in the 80s.
So it must have been the land before the Arabs came. Or was it when the Arabs came before the Spanish came? What do it mean? What is it in reference to? Because the culture over there is very similar to the culture over here. When we name something, we name it based off of a trait or characteristic. Right? So what is it the land before? They calling it that now using the Arabic tongue to refer to the land was there before the settlers came, but we don't know their culture. So we assume that that's the accepted name of all of the tribes over there. Old maps got Sudan wrote across them and some of them got the Greek Ethiops written across it. That's Ethiopia and Sudan, which has been rendered only to 2 countries now. But at one time, the map had that scrawl, the navigator scrawled that across there, not me.
Right. I want you to end with this, and I'm going to end my land with this. I've told people several times, and even when Abdullah Bey was on, Indian is not a bloodline. Aboriginal is not a bloodline. These are statuses that they put on us. Moor is not a bloodline. You're never, I don't care how many times you take your DNA, it's not going to show those statuses that you're put in. It's just their statuses. It's not it's you have your own family tribal bloodline, and Dustin there can go more into it, but those things and those words they just don't show up.
Look, I never seen the person's DNA test say Moor.
Or Indian.
Oh, well, I've seen Indian on DNA tests.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, but I've never, not one time ever seen Moor on a DNA test.
I've seen Native American. I have never seen Indian.
Yeah, it's normally Native American / Indian.
Yeah, they try to play that.
Is that what you Nisha, or was it just Native American?
No, what it said was indigenous. That's the indigenous.
Go get them platinum.
So it probably depends on where you're getting the test from too. And then remember, it's for entertainment purposes, so they can alter the designations. If too many of us becoming aware, they'll alter the designation and change the meaning. It's for entertainment purposes only.
Say that again.
Here go Nisha. Here she goes.
They'll alter the designation and change the definition.
Okay, so they're going to alter it when?
When they feel like it, because it's for entertainment purposes only. It's at their discretion. But as soon as we become hip to their games, then that's when they start trying to move pieces around. When they call us all those different terms, that's called a razzle dazzle.
I know somebody named Razzle Dazzle.
Always gonna be deceitful.
I know somebody named Razzle Dazzle.
You cheat, you deceive, and that's all they have ever done. And I'm glad I'm wise enough to see that they play tricks. It's like they play tricks with truth and falsehood.
What my Razzle Dazzle at?
Nova Draw said, "Man, is truth and falsehood strangely mixed." What is he talking about?
So what about the DNA test that comes from the African DNA people? What about those? Are those
All DNA tests is controlled from a central source because they got to go to what they call a data information bank.
Oh, Razzle Dazzle in the building. Raz, what up, though?
Disagree on that one.
Well, what part are you I want to know what part you're disagreeing on. So,
the African DNA is different from the Ancestry, the 23andMe. They have their own scientists. It's not.
Let me give you let me drop a little something on y'all. And see, this is why y'all need to go get my book. I'm Not Black, I'm Indian. The Indian Bible. In that book, you will find out that this is misinformation. The African DNA, where did it come from? Well, when did black people start learning about these DNA tests? 1991, New York City. You had what was called the Human Genome Project came out in the 80s. Now in 87, you had Rebecca Cam and you had these guys, Alan them. They came out with the Eve gene, mitochondrial. All right. Well, 3 years later, they come out with the Human Genome Project. In order to make this stick, and it was created for propaganda designed to target a certain group of people, niggas. So they were building the government building. Underneath the government building, they found bodies. So under government rule, they had law that it had to stop and excavate the site. Well, according to the story, they had a lot of backlash from quote unquote black people in the community who felt as though that they should get representation on this excavation and what these anthropologists are coming up with. So what did they do? They reached out to Howard University. They reached out to Howard University, one of the first black schools here designed for the purpose of killing the Indian and keeping the man. Well, they go to them. Howard University, just by chance and coincidence, guess who one of the student geneticists was? It was the guy that would later create the African DNA test, Rick Kittles. Rick Kittles would later receive, now they put over $12 million into this project. Today is known as the African Burial Ground. Okay, it's located in New York. It was built on a house of lies, no foundation. One of the biggest lies and deceived there is the Sankofa bird, which when we go into study, we find out this is a Anglo symbol and not an African. We discovered that at the time of this burial site, the Sankofa did not exist as a symbol. A lot of people don't know King Adinkra was a German. He was a mixed race, Black European history. They used propaganda such as the Catholics were facing east, and so this is an African trait. Well, this was the introduction to niggas in America and this as it relates to a DNA test. This is what got it hot. This is what, when they start pushing it, this is when they brought it to us. What people don't know is that they'll come out and tell you that this is black owned and these are black scientists. But what they don't tell you about is the government contract that Rick Kittles took to create what became known as the African DNA test. See, that's why you got to come to legendary Big Chief Topcatz, because when it come down to colonize, that's why I professionalize. And when you come down to BCU, you are fucking with God's children. We are the chosen people of God. We are the X-Men. We are the return of the ancestors. And we're on assignment. And the ancestors are watching. So You better show out. You better be on your best shit today, because we don't take no L's.
Not based on
like it's doing over in Africa. That's why I wanted to ask you. That's why.
Yeah, it's different.
Okay, so ask yourself.
Hold on, y'all. I forgot to say. I forgot. I almost forgot. Bars, big bars, big Indian bars, big BCU bars. That's how it go. Uncle Rob brought up Mansa Musa today. All is gonna be in my new book. We killing all of the. It's gonna be the 10 top 10 African lies. Yeah, something like that. And then we killing all of that.
Where is the Africans getting the genome codes for the ones that's native and organic to this land? Where is they getting the genetic codes to the ones from Asia, from Australia, from New Zealand? All of this is in the central database.
Sweet Feather, Dimples.
The central database is a supercomputer located in Geneva, Switzerland.
Skywalker.
This is where all of your internet connections feed to.
305.
This giant supercomputer is where it's the source for AI. It's called HAL 366.
D to the O to the T to the S. Daughters of the Sea.
But it's really IBM.
Girl, I want to set sail.
If you look at the words, they just move down the word.
I want to.
HAL is HAL, HIABLM, IBM.
I feel like riding a wave.
It's a code.
Daughters of the Sea. I feel
they don't want us to know all of that, all of the educational data.
I'm about to go get my oxygen tank. I want to stay. I'm trying to stay underwater a long time. I'm trying to break a Guinness World Record. I want to sell them seeds.
It's been controlled by colonists. It's still controlled until we take control of the entire system. If we don't take control of the system, what they say is the order of the day, what they say is the law, what they say is the rules, because they're the ones that we responsible to get rid of. Their systems, the colorable law systems. When you start talking about DNA, there's a book called Mendelian Inheritance in Man that gives you the whole descriptive breakdown of the DNA, what genome holds what trait. It's all in the central database. All of the universities of the world is connected into a central database. So they might use a different way of testing. Instead of a swab of the mouth, they might use skin scrape. But when you go back to getting to the data that they're using, they have to have all of the genetic codes of the earth if they're going to tell you from a different part of the earth from over there. Otherwise, they would only have a collection of African DNA of Africans in Africa. So they have to branch out and get the codes that tells you whose DNA is what. Mm-hmm. And it's all for entertainment purposes. This is the game of the gods, where deception is overcome.
It should do it. It's because, like you said, we've been trading for years, hundreds of years. We've been trading.
Thousands.
Said people went over to, so why wouldn't when they take their test, they just can't say, okay, well, you got a cousin Tracy over there, or Boomba Boomba, whatever the name is, over in Africa, then you should be able to go right over there and connect with your cousins over there in Africa. It shouldn't be like a puzzle being played.
Amir El Bay, what up?
It is, because it's a puzzle. It's a razzle dazzle play. Look, David Copperfield gonna make a jet disappear in Vegas. We going to see it. Everybody on the way to go see David Copperfield illusion of making the jet disappear. See on the sign that they're calling David Copperfield the greatest illusionist ever known. And when we get there, we say, I'm not going to let him trick me of making me think the airplane disappear. Soon as he make the airplane disappear, we forget that he's the greatest illusionist in the world.
Yeah, Freedom, that was kind of racist. I'm with you on that one. That was kind of racist. You could at least call the nigga Kunta Kinte or something. A boolaga. Really? That is very racist.
And we start saying, how the hell he make that plane disappear? It was still just an illusion. And now we trying to figure out how he did it. He had to make that plane disappear. It was an illusion. He told you that. They told us in Morals and Dogma that they was going to give us a whole lot of dogma to override our moral compass, make it more distinctive or separate from what we is. It's just a classification for the understanding of the differences in species across the spectrum, right? It's just like light. Yellow light is yellow light and red light is red light. But when you put all of the spectrum of lights together, you get a whole different kind of light. It don't mean that one light don't exist.
Alpha the Jaguar.
It just means that when you get the whole spectrum, they're not the same.
Ooh, they got a ring
as
to it.
The individual pieces of the light spectrum.
Dulcinea, what you think about that? Because she had a debate.
Alpha,
you there, Dulcinea?
Jaguar.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I agree what he was saying. As far as
I'm here. Fuck you, Bobby Banger. Fuck you, Bobby Banger. Alpha, the Jaguar Empress. Ooh, they got a little ring to it.
I believe it.
And she, boy, you can look at her and tell that's an Indian. That's an Indian right there, boy. You look at her and tell that's an Indian. Thick. Snicker. Why wait? Hungry, why wait? Face ass nigga. Yeah, hungry, why wait? Alpha. The Jaguar Empress.
As far as when he's talking about the classifications, where you said like the primates simply hair, hands, able to
bams in the building,
peel fruit, different things like that. I feel like they could come up with better classifications, and those classifications are on the basis of racism. So they built those classifications to build the society that we have today. And now we need to rebuild new classifications that are more accurate when it comes to the animal kingdom, humans, or anything, because there's better classifications of why certain species would be grouped together.
Right, I agree.
Hi, Apostle. Hey, Apostle.
Oh, I think Rod Hayes was going to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rod. I just want to say greet Apostle. The Apostle, pardon me.
So look, humans didn't always stay permanently in human form during the duration of their life until they collapsed the fourth dimension into the third and locked us into the avatar. And
what the
Rod.
We used to incarnate. We used to use the energy in the atoms from the surrounding area to create the avatar at will and at random. The same way women used to produce parthenogenically, but over time that changed with the advent of men. If you look at the Y chromosome under electron microscope, it's just a mutated X that lost about 40% of its material. So it produces the masculine gender. This just to institute the law of opposites in the realm so we can figure out how to get out of the infinity loop. So we can go into the next age, the age of Aquarius.
I'm sorry, Rod, go ahead.
So whatever our avatars is now, we used to take on different forms when we incarnate. That's why they used to call us shapeshifters. It wasn't that we were shapeshifted. It was the function that you was coming here to perform. You took on an avatar that gave you the tools to best deal with the situation according to the environment around it. So you didn't always incarnate in what looked like a human.
Urena, you know what's crazy? I always thought that you was Ariana. So when Ariana be coming in here, I always thought y'all was the same person. So I start teasing her. Man, come to find out y'all two different people. I'm glad we got that's two different. That's two more Jaguarises. Yeah, I'm glad, boy. I don't know why I always thought that you was Ariana, the singer. Well, we got two Jaguars in the building then.
Sometimes you came back 90 feet tall. Sometimes you came back smaller than an ant.
and I want alpha,
but it depended on what you was doing as one of the guys that determined how you would manifest yourself in the 3D realm. It was just some scientists that understood how the spirit worked that figured out if they opened a portal between dimensions, they could trap us in an infinity loop and enslave us. Because they didn't think we would ever figure it out.
That's a fact.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you believe in reincarnation of some sort?
I don't believe in it, I know, because I remember multiple past lives.
Okay.
And
right? But all it is this how reincarnation works.
Okay.
The genetic sequence in your genome will align to allow the frequency to match the frequency of you at a prior time. Because it's like tuning a radio. When the genome aligns to the combination that allows your frequency in, that's when you come back into the physical realm. It's not that you're a different person. It's that your energy field is activated in a different point in time for you to add your spirit energy to the physical realm.
And my apologies for cutting you off, Dots. Go ahead.
It's okay, my love. You know you good. Real quickly,
sweetheart.
TM Bay asked this
such a
few times, and TM Bay, feel free to hit the link. He said, who is we? What's the nationality of the people? We touched on that a little bit earlier when we started. When I was at, but if you feel, if you can respond to his question.
Look, nationality is a admiralty jurisdiction designation. A ship has a nationality.
Junior,
I'm superior to a ship.
Junior.
As a sovereign.
Alpha say, hey, this is a grown woman.
If a ship has a nationality and you on par with the ship, it's only one way possible. You have to assume a straw man position so that you can do business as a vessel on the high seas. Your nationality. We are ascending beyond nationality now to sovereignty, which makes nationality no longer an order of the day. It becomes obsolete. It's expired. That contract no longer is valid. 100 years ago, you would have had to assume a nationality in order to do business on the land with the corporation. So nationality 100 years ago was the order of the day in order to get us out of the economic rut we was in. We don't need none of this shit now.
Over the indigenous routes that were already known by them.
There's something I want to point out about the two maps, the differences in. Look at the directions of the arrows in this one. It's going south to north.
Right.
When you go to the other one, go back to the other one.
Okay.
I am going to ask a question, Rob, when you said something about reparations, and I need you to make me understand that if we accept them, that somehow we forfeit.
I'll explain that, but look at the direction the arrows are pointing.
They're going north to south now.
They're coming from the north to the south.
Right, exactly.
Other one was going from the south to the north.
Right.
Yeah.
Remember, the razzle dazzle. They shuffling the people around on the land.
I can hold my question because I know people just came up to ask a question.
I'm interested in hearing
please,
that.
Topcatz, please.
Peace
to everybody on the panel.
What's up, legendary?
Turn it one time, positive.
Peace, Topcatz. What it do?
Peace, T Pontiac.
Peace, God. Peace, God. I miss you, man.
Man, can't wait till we get back in there, man. I want to do something with me, you, and Dane. So hopefully we can put that together.
Oh man, I've been dying to talk to Dane, man. Dane he the fucking truth, man. And I'm so sick of these unapologetically African niggas slashing out at him, and he right with the receipts.
He told me to set it up. He told me to set it up. He said
make it happen.
All right, bet.
I want to give my brother all his flowers if I can muster them up.
All right, bet. Be looking for me in your DM. I'm gonna set it up and I'm gonna let you know.
I want to know why can't I accept me some reparations, man? Because I could use.
Okay, so let me address that. Reparations is a drop in the bucket compared to what we owe.
I agree.
The wealth of the people of the land far exceed anything they can muster up to give us reparations.
Hey,
they notice.
Hey, let's get some. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Chat. I need y'all to give us some flames in the chat. We need to get some interaction in the chat. Get some flames in the chat. Wake up, stand up, stretch yawn. I done came in, so y'all know we about to turn up. I done came in the building, so y'all know we about to turn up. We going through big Indian history now. Y'all jump on that like, but drop some flames down there. Share the video out to y'all. TikTok, social media, Instagram, Facebook groups. Look, I have no problem with y'all making clips. Some people out there, they make clips and they put up whack 100 videos every day. A lot of people put up the people that they watch and they support. A lot of Aboriginals, I give it to them. They clip the work and they put up, you know what I'm saying? They share their people work, you know what I'm saying? Man, I wouldn't care if you went and made a page and called it whatever you wanted. Man, we have so much content that we put out here. Man, for the content creator out there that's on TikTok, that's on Instagram and all of these, man, make little clips of these moments that we having over here. And I have no problem with it. You know what I'm saying? Just all I ask is you direct them, you know what I mean, to where we at, you know what I'm saying, so they can come join us and they can come on these trips with us. Man, I love to get Taj Tariq Bay, Ride Hayes, and others to come out there to a BCU trip or a pyramid trip or something, you know what I'm saying, because they haven't seen it. And man, just imagine if we, you know what I'm saying, can put something together and bring them there. You feel me? That's why I always say, even with traveling, with people that BCU that's traveling, man, if y'all knew the history, then y'all will know that we stood in this one spot, and when nobody accepted us and people closed the door in our face and we ain't have enough presence, and now the tables have turned because we brought the game to us. We never changed our stance to things that we came in saying and people were saying we were wrong on. Today, those same people teach what we taught. So we never had to leave. When we leave, we go in out giving the power out. You know what I'm saying? Because if we be truthful, what we could do for people, they can't return the favor. And so within that, man, we keep it in house. We can stay here. We're gonna bring the game here. Shout out to Killer Priest. They came, the interview came. They came over here to come look for us. They knocked on our door. We're bringing the game to us. You feel me? We're getting stronger and stronger. The more productive and that we're being is all of that is being documented, and it's getting to a point to where, you know what I mean, the major focus and the direction and the voice is gonna come from over here. So y'all be mindful of that. Take those clips out these videos, man, that we've been doing, these highlights or things that y'all like, you feel me? And go share it, man. And y'all have my blessing. The more people do it, the more we get the message out. And I mean, you could get paid, you can monetize your page and everything, and you can keep all the earnings and everything, but go get the message out. You feel me?
They need you to claim somewhere other than the Americas. So now, whatever the turnaround bring the tribes from over here, you accepted reparations and said it had nothing to do with you. It's taking the dollar so that you can forego 100 million. It's a deceptive fraud in our face, so that there's no way they can give us reparations because they owe us everything already. There's nothing they can give us to reparate that. No, they can't repair that. Only thing they can do is give us what's rightfully ours, and they gonna be broke.
Yeah, well, give us that.
Well, give it to us, because I was trying to understand that. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, Apostle. I didn't mean to cut over you. And that's have a question. No, I wasn't saying it like that, Apostle. I got respect. Dots had a question, and I did cut over her, and it hasn't gotten back to her yet. But I was just saying they done stole everything from us, and you mean to tell me that if they offer us $100,000 each, we should say no And they just stole that land and
that's the beginning.
Everything on these
Dazzle, they gonna have to take me as I am. What was that? A Whitney Houston song? Yeah, they gonna have to take me as I am. Cause see, I ain't never claim to be a role model or nothing like that. That's why my missus would never follow me. I know I had information that a lot of these people didn't have. So I could have made people come to me as those that came before me. You feel me? I would have had my chat would have been stupid crazy. My numbers wouldn't have been up. Instead, I taught niggas how to fish in the in the science of agriculture. And they used that to go build their own instead of helping us build it up. And then we get the huge platform and we really get to where we going and we're a machine. And then you can start, you know what I'm saying, going out, creating your lane or bringing out your talents and strengths. But build it up. You know what I'm saying? Help us build this up. And then, man, you got everything you want. And some people, they jump off before we can even get to where we going. But nah, they gonna have to take me as I am. We have fun. It's an entertainment part to it. People know when I'm serious. You feel me? And we gonna joke. We gonna have fun. We gonna live life because this shit shouldn't be stressful. When you hear a lot of these people, they're stressed out. You know what I'm saying? We're actually having interactions. When we're around each other, we ain't talking like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I come on here. I understand content. You know what I'm saying? And what it is to make content. Some days, sometimes I regret it. I'll be honest, sis, Raz. And some days I'm like, man, you tripping. I get a little wild. You feel me? But overall, the work, the dedication that I put into the work, you know what I'm saying? Doing 900 slides, 700, 600, and now, I think that's the part that I really want people to pay attention to. You know what I'm saying? Because I just want to do my part to and it to help us get to that level what we trying to get to. You know what I'm saying? And I want to be great in the face of the ancestors. And so I work my ass out. So I don't want them to, you know what I'm saying, when we in here joking and we, don't get it confused. And when I get in the ring, is pray for the other person. And we've been there with the top of everybody, whether it been Israelites, whether it been Pan-Africans, whether it been the Moors. We've sat down with the people at the top, and I really don't need another conversation with none of these other people because they don't amount to the people that I sat down and talked to already. And we see how that turned out. Y'all better believe in him, goddamn. Believe in that young man. He gonna take you to the promised land. Put me in the air and I'm gonna take you there. Yeah.
Line on these lands right here.
Look,
you don't have to put no
if you go and investigate, they had no right to trade in our resources. They could only stockpile and borrow money against them. They've been floating. Listen, they've been floating their legal fiction economy off money borrowed against our asset. Exactly. The national debt is owed to the tribes.
That's right.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
That's right.
Right. So that is just to facilitate government. But we was wealthy before they came.
Yeah. What's up?
So we just trying to get the land and the wealth of the land back, and they trying to give you reparations to forego that.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
Instead of taking what you rightfully deserve and what's rightfully yours, I'm gonna give you a payout so that when anybody come for what's rightfully yours, I already paid you. You've been reparated.
I just bought 10.6 acres in Tennessee.
Exactly what you're saying.
$80,000.
They done made money on. Wait a minute, Apostle. They done made money on these lands. So see, we deserve the land and a piece of that dollars.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you an example. Let me rephrase. I'm gonna say what Rod said. Let me say it a different way. I'm in California, right? So
Cali love.
And I'm gonna put it to actually back to Kanawha, Oklahoma. My great grandmother's brother owned like 400 acres out here, and he was leasing it out to some of these companies that was coming in there to try to pull some of the minerals. But they only had a 7-year lease. I think what Rod is saying, I don't know if tell me if I'm wrong, is that they ain't paid their lease. They've been squatting on the land. They've been pulling the resources, and they ain't paid their dues or what they go. We'll go back to the land grants and all that type we can talk about. But the other thing is that in California, there was just something put out January 24th, and I mentioned it on here before. And I'm glad
500 likes, y'all. Let's get the 500 likes. Let's get the 500 likes. Shout out to the homie Paul McGlory in the building. Big old BCU.
The first paragraph of that article is political. It says specifically that the reparation thing was put back up on the table, but basically talking about how people of color, quote, have been getting their lands taken under eminent domain. Now, I want Rod to talk about eminent domain because he could break it down. But this is the thought they was talking about. You're not getting no money now. They're changing it. It's like, it ain't money. You want your land back? You can get your land back. But they saying money is in the back end. The money for me, because I understand, like I listen to Rod. Rod be talking my language when you talking about admiralty law and all that type of stuff. I'm not gonna go on to that. But when you're accepting money, you're accepting a contract. You're accepting a contract to say you're gonna forego this, and then you're gonna accept this, but then you're forfeiting what is truly yours, which is the land. You take this money and you go ahead and do whatever you got to do. Rod. Go ahead and take it from there.
Well, wait a minute before Rob, before you do that, I just want to ask Chief Topcatz, do you agree with the reparation thing that Rod said? Well, or do you want the money? No, I'm just playing.
Well, I understand exactly what he's saying. I say this when from 1863 to the 60s, their whole plan was to take the land. So millions of acres were stolen in the South. You had them at Johns Hopkins University. He say, if you want to find the lynching, then follow the stolen land in America. So what during the 80s, where you get HR 40 and 89 from is you had black farmers and people coming together saying that our land has been stolen by the United States and the USDA. Right. So it was a big in 1999 they had a federal court case, the U.S. Agriculture Department. So it was settled under the Obama administration. A lot of people didn't know, and they received $50,000 for each person that can prove that they were farmers. You feel me? At that certain particular time in Georgia, in 1912, Georgia tried to rid everybody out of the city. You have Forsyth, Georgia. Y'all look up that story where they lynched them and stole out of their land. And they even went back in modern time. It's a lawyer on the case now. She went back, and a lot of that property out there was never sold. And so the deeds were never turned over to the people who's on the property now, which is an all-white community. And so they came with, I started asking them, what proof do y'all have that y'all a slave for us, the ADOS movement, FBA in their beginning? So I was asking, what proof do y'all have? And this is a legal matter. So if you're going to walk in the courtroom and say that a crime has been committed, you would have to be able to prove and have evidence that something happened to you. So then you get AB 3121. The lady that became the president or over the speaker, Camilla, well, they got the game from me. They took it. Another guy, they said that I was the second most important person to it under Dr. What's his name? Donnery wrote the book From Here to Equality, him and his wife. But he was starting the story off in 1776. And so I got him all the way right with the history, got them into their genealogy. And so that's when they all started trying to find the crime that was committed to them. And out of that, it changed from race-based. Y'all remember that big debate, whether it's going to be race-based, meaning all black people get it, and they wanted to block the immigrants. So the vote came in, and it came back lineage-based, meaning you would have to prove through your genealogy, family history, that a crime was committed to you in order for you to receive reparations.
Also,
and that's bars. Hold up. That's so much bars. Hold up, I gotta grab this real quick. I have to. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, that was so much of bars. We G. You want to talk about some bars? I'm gonna tell you how hard that hit. Let me go all the way to the top, cause I know I had it. Cause I know I got it in here somewhere. Okay, maybe not. Hey, y'all, let's get over 500. Like, okay, here we go. I do have it. Now, hold on. Let's stop this right quick. Let's go here. Let's go here right here, because this is important. 94% of the people on the internet that y'all hear that trying to get y'all into following their message or hearing what they're talking about, 95% of them can't get their family on the phone and their family say the same thing. So that concept, what I just brought, and as simple as it is, it made it all the way up to the Supreme Court. Okay. So my name will forever be tied to AB 13021 and the fact that it left from being race-based, based on your color in the slave narrative, until people actually knowing their history and their genealogy and who they are and what side of the spectrum that they fall on. So I'll forever be tied to AB 3121 in history. Now, this is who taught me though.
One day I'm gonna be gone. You gotta document the information I give you. And all this stuff in my head, I need to write it down. And I'm gonna tell you something. If you don't see it, if I don't see it in my lifetime, you're gonna see what this is gonna be worth in your lifetime. And if you don't see what this is gonna be worth in your lifetime, your daughter is gonna see what it's worth in her lifetime. For one thing, we're gonna get some reparations.
Hey, you hear me? We're gonna get some Rick. We're gonna get some Rick one of these days, one of these ways. Let's walk. And I get that at home. That's that wisdom that you get from the hive. So when I say I'm on assignment, 95% of your favorite scholars, armchair scholars out here in the game, and it don't matter what denomination they coming from, they can't pick up the phone and get their family to say the same thing that they're saying. The thing that I'm saying come out the house. You feel me? And that's why I never asked no one to follow me, is because if my family gave me this shit and it helped me, well, I'm gonna give it to you how they gave it to me, because they didn't give it to me to have to keep coming back to them. They taught me how to fish. They taught me the importance of agriculture, and I brought it to the people the same way I got it, so they can empower themselves. So this is what you call putting the power back into the people, releasing them from the doctrines, and having to go to war for it. And when you get to that point to where you have fought all the wars and you defeated them all, and now you have all of this power, I chose not to keep it for myself. I chose to give it and put the power back into the people. So that's one thing. I want y'all to let them know about Topcatz, the misconception and the misunderstanding. In actuality, what he did was he slayed all of the doctrines so he could set the people free and send them back home where they will be safe, protected, and back connected to their roots. And that is the language of the guards. That's the message of the guards, and that's what I'm on assignment to do.
So to add to that, when you review all of the people that the United States government gave reparations to, there's a common denominator. All of them tied back to a operational corporate government somewhere in the world, right? This government had a lobbying body that fought for their people that was in the Americas to receive the reparations payout. The prime example is the Japanese that was held in internment camps during World War II. As part of the settlement of World War II, the peace treaty, they gave reparations to those, not just Japanese. They had some Chinese mistaken as Japanese in those internment camps too. But they didn't give them reparations. They only gave the Japanese reparations because it was part of a negotiated contract between two corporations to settle a war. We're talking about the reparations. First of all, their money is legal fiction. It's fiat. That means they said it has value.
Everybody out there that think money is fake and fake fiat, please give it to me. Give me that fake shit. Y'all gonna catch a counterfeit case. Just put it in the bag. Don't count it. Don't even worry about counting it. This shit fake. Give it to me. None of y'all need to be walking around with none of this fake ass money on y'all. Put it in the bag. Thank you. Let me see those. It don't matter what notes they are. Put them in there. We take Benjamins. We take Grants. We take Jacksons. Put them in there. We even take George Washingtons. We take Abe Lincolns. Put it in the bag. I don't need y'all walking around here with that fake ass. Don't do that. Just give it all to me. Shout out to Ariana in the Cash App. Go check out her new single on Spotify, streaming on all platforms. And she really a cutie pie.
Since
low key cutie pie. And she can sing and break the china in the cabinets. Goddamn, she hit them notes.
1933, when they took us off the gold standard, their money has no value. Right. It's only valuable as long as they can use it to trade oil. Right. Well, the BRICS nations then damned them on that dollar. So now their reparative dollars have no value to the tribes. Our wealth is tied to the land. Give us what's rightfully ours, and you can take your monopoly money and wipe your ass with it. But if you accept the monopoly money, what they are in turn saying,
nigga, I will go get you the softest tissue in the world on the planet. You hear me? The thick, soft tissue. Listen, just give me the fiat, okay? And I'm gonna use some of it to go buy you some tissue. You ain't gotta wipe your ass with the fake ass fiat. Give it to me. I give you, I trade you for some nice soft Charmin, nigga. Extra strict Charmin. Not that cheap shit. Yeah, I get you that hotel, that 5-star hotel tissue, nigga. Just give me all that fake fiat.
Is I'm from another land and I got a lobbying body that represents me on that land in the treaty negotiations to give me a reparations for the conditions you put me in. My question becomes, if you're going to receive reparations, which African nation that you say you came from has a lobbying body lobbying to get you your reparations? Because
I don't mean to stop you. I'm not talking about
this land.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about on this land. I'm not talking about no African
right,
nation.
But the only way, because the reparations is tied to your African slave trade identity. It's not tied to your indigenous status to the land.
Well, I say this to that. He's right in it for the HR 40. So they went for 40 years. Now California is the only one that adopted a new one, which would be lineage based, if you can prove. But the thing was that California didn't come in to a statehood or U.S. jurisdiction until when slavery was the proclamation was signed. So it's a trick bag, really, and it's a political move to get votes to bring in that black population there, and because they didn't flip California blue, they want to keep it blue, and that's under Newsom. Now,
Well, let me jump in real quick, Topcatz. See, here's the thing about Cali, right? Cali, right? Every state is a country, and every country has to have a treaty, right? And the treaty that you're dealing with California is the Hidalgo Treaty, which never was legitimate.
Yeah, 1848.
That's right. That means no constitution is legitimate. California has been a slave state for what they call it now, a police state, for the last almost 100 plus, well, over 100 plus years. And this is the thing where a lot of people, like, there's a book called The Grapes of Wrath, and it talks about, and that's one of the main books we had to read growing up out here, because it talks about the navigation, or we could say the migration from people coming from Oklahoma and coming from past the Mississippi over here to California. Like when my mom came out here in 1969, you know how many people she knew? I mean, we didn't even know that she had all this family that's been here since the 40s. You know what I'm saying? That came up over here and left Oklahoma, and some left Texas. You know what I'm saying? And that was pretty much our main two states that where we was at. So that's the thing. So this place has always been a slave state. And this is why they was running people over here, and so that way they can get control over here. Now, at that point in time, when you deal with Title 25 USC, which deal with the Indian codes, which has some relation. I know a lot of people don't like to use those codes, but the bottom line is that it has codes in there that talk about people that's west of the Mississippi are to be protected.
Right, because they was never supposed to cross the Appalachians to begin with.
Exactly.
It was the Lewis and Clark expedition that crossed them over into the West. It was the Mexico-American War that gave them control of California down to Texas. Right. Notice there was a war. Right. The land that they held in treaty is the result of the resolution of a war. All this stuff is to disassociate the people from the land. Yeah. If we reclaim the land back, all of them, we was in a warlock. Right. This is what put us in poverty.
Right? You know, the warlock, and they chasing us still.
The brother trying to say something.
They're not gonna stop until they chase us off the planet. That's it. They want us to fall off that cliff. They ain't gonna stop. I'm telling you, what's going on in California, and like Rare Bird said it. The bottom line is they still taking people's land through these fraudulent court cases and things like that, and they do them big time out here in California. You see what I'm saying? And that's the most
thing. Anton, real quickly. No, wait, Freedom, wait. I had a question a while ago, and I'll get to the brother. So just one second.
I apologize. I apologize.
No, it's all good. There's no.
It's the accent for me.
So I know another way that a lot of families have lost land was through heirs property.
Aboriginal mermaid. Hey, Aboriginal mermaid. That shit. Say that ain't a Aboriginal mermaid bad for real. Say BCU fellas, who that motherfucker? They're fine for real. No cut on the dope, no baking soda, no fentanyl in the dope. That little motherfucker, they're fine for real.
Property law. And so I know you guys know what that is, and I would love but there may be some people in the chat who is not familiar, right? So someone, if you can, explain what heirs property law is and how people can start, or families start to reclaim land or property that was taken from them through that. When you're talking about using the legitimacy of the court or in a court of law.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna give that to Rod. But what I'm gonna say is,
I asked him that already. In the beginning.
Oh, okay. I just jumped on. Okay, heirs property is this. There's a difference between heirs property, and there's a difference between you being a descendant of somebody that the land is owed to you. Heirs property is when they put you in another tax bracket. It's like them putting you on the county property tax rolls. So the bottom line is, this is how they get you on a tax issue. Because everything is that when they get you on a tax issue, that's when you under the federal government, and now they could come in and impose themselves. And then if you got a greedy relative, because I know a lot of people that actually went through this. I mean, I'm in California, but we only people, and there's a few of us in California, we all in the South. And the bottom line is, we had them stories, coming from my mama, you know what I'm saying? She told me all the stories where people was actually selling the land without talking to anybody else. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry. Hold on. Got babies running around here.
What is Lex talking about?
Yeah, one of the most important cases to come through the Cherokee. I heard y'all speaking about the Cherokee earlier. Right. The Cherokee I'm speaking about is when they unified all of the divisions and created the Cherokee government in 1794. Y'all can Google that, Cherokee government 1794 to 1907. But one of their famous cases is the Marshall Trilogy, where the McIntosh family bought land from the federal government, but the Indians claimed the land. The people that were there saying they got the land from the Indians. Well, that became a problem in the United States wanted to establish state dominance. This was one of the first times this happened, and say that the land is no longer in Indian occupancy because of the Indian Removal Act. And so they granted the McIntosh family that land. And we know the McIntosh family were prevalent in the Creek Indians, as William McIntosh is the one who gonna end up signing the treaty that ceded 23 million acres of land. He was murdered for that. But that Marshall Trilogy is one of the first that ended up establishing that Indian law based on the United States taking land from the indigenous, not respecting the indigenous after they go into statehood.
Right.
So yeah, so when you get back, so basically that's one of the key things right there, because when you're dealing with heirs property, and I can relate it to the present time, right? Like you deal with a situation where somebody, you know, has a home,
somebody steal Big Mama house.
You
somebody go steal Big Mama house in the land,
and they do these things, and then they move you into an unlawful detainer, and you go from a landowner to a tenant in a matter of seconds. What happens is that they upgraded it, and this is how they do it.
The Confederate flag don't come from Cherokee Indians. That is a misnomer. Man, go back to 2021 Topcatz, and I break the whole story down where it comes from. Now, did they have Indian blood? Yes. But you cannot count out the Scottish. You can't count out the contributions that they made in it. Those that left, a lot of called the Chickamauga. These are people who will break off during what is the time of what is called the Revolutionary War. Their families, you know, the story of the Indian chiefs going over to Britain. They will be infiltrated. And a lot of people with Scottish lineage and Cherokee lineage, they will go on to fly that banner. But if you want more details on the subject, go get your BCU VIP Platinum Pack. Cause we ain't got nothing but that work. No cut, no fentanyl, no baking soda in the dope. We got that straight drop. Pumping like Chick-fil-A.
But in California, to where they pretty much assign it, where now it rolls over into a county situation or a government situation where they become now the landlord.
Right. They had
I'm watching what I'm saying right now. I'm trying to.
No. They had once they claim statehood, and then now they're not respecting it. So that's what the 14th Amendment was for. So if you sign up and become a U.S. citizen, we're in the territory. We're not respecting any government. If you want any type of benefits, you can sign up as a U.S. citizen. But it will strip you of your sovereignty and your rights to your sovereign government that you represented. So that's why a lot of people oppose that.
Right.
So
we got to remember
is the older school of that, though. Heirs property is the older school that they just had to upgrade it, and it's going along in all the different states. You know what I'm saying? It really is. My bad, Rob. Go ahead.
We have to remember how they got the land from those tribes in the South. Our people spoke mostly tribal tongue in the South during the 1800s. We knew to the language called English, and we totally ignorant to the language called legalese. They draw what's called the sharecropper agreement. The sharecropper agreement was being forced as a squatter right. Right? So they come in and they lend the farmer money.
Right. Not just that, tools.
And when they couldn't pay the money back, they took the land.
They didn't make
No. Right. Not yet. First, they'll give them a good crop. They'll let them get a good crop. This make them believe that the one holding the agreement with them is honorable and will cover what they said, and they will accept the split on the back end for the crop. Next year, the crops go in, beautiful crops all across the field. 3 a.m., all of the crops on fucking fire.
You better stop. And you know what? That's
hey, y'all get the likes. Let's get over 500 likes. Let's get over 500
next year roll
likes.
around.
Video.
Don't worry about the fire last year. We'll just roll it into next year's payment.
Yeah, Papa Shorty talking about that. So like, hey, don't even be watching that one. She's taking. Burned down
honestly, they don't need
that Bayesian persuasion is taken.
It wasn't a good crop. They don't have to prove
or they'll tell you, or they'll text you, because through that time before the time that it takes for crops to come in, you can't like borrow. You know, they're loaning you, still loaning you money, loaning you different things. Come on in the store, you can get what you want.
And you can't pay it back.
Tally, right? Exactly. Now you owe them.
You can't pay it back.
By the time it's time to get paid, you owe them. They got a balance. They done king. Yeah, they have some done kings.
After my father passed, these people, this corporation, land corporation, treat people that do something about trees, got in touch with my mother because they wanted the trees on this particular land down in down by the Santee River.
In Jasper, they pay for our land. They stay on our land.
But
in
my
Jasper,
father
Texas.
Was listed as
they pay our family monthly.
As an owner.
They pay monthly.
But at 12 years old, they said he pawned it. When he was 12 years old, they said he pawned it. And these people been paying the tax on the land all this time. But they couldn't do nothing with the trees because my father's dead and he really owns the land.
Right.
But it didn't matter to them because when he was 12 years old, he pawned it. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm sorry.
I'm talking 120 something acres right there in Santee, South Carolina. Right there that my father and his brother own, that they done stole from them.
Yeah, and remember, you're not allowed to enter into a contract until you reach the age of majority.
That's right. That's what you're supposed to believe. Where his brother was 8.
Was there ever a situation where, say, if a woman lost her husband and she had land, the husband had land, and he was going to give it to his kids, but he passed on? But because she was a woman.
Sweetheart swindle. That's how we got the plantations. Sweetheart swindles. The plantations wasn't a big house, it was Big Mama house. Until this new slickster from Europe rolled in, married her, and poisoned her to death. And hires
the husbands that passed away, brothers and stuff would take the land, take it right from him.
Right, but in the tribes, when they do that, that's only to give it back to the daughters of the father whose children it was. They didn't take the land for selfishness. They tried to keep the land in the family at all costs.
Oh, they do that in Africa. I'm sorry.
Look, so what they doing, who is allowed to levy the tax?
Those who say she's scared to drive through Jasper. Jasper was a trade site back in the game. It was there's a lot of Indians living in Jasper because you gotta understand they right on the border. You got Newsom, you got Kirbyville, you got Carl, Texas. A lot of them right on the border of Louisiana. So a lot of different Indians came into that area. Or even when the mishaps happened with Sam Houston and the Cherokee, a lot of them Cherokees even came up there. So that was a haven for different Indian nations, even people that left out of Louisiana due to this and the domestic slave trade. A lot of them made their way into Texas, where it was abolished, and so they settled on the state line. So my family been having land there so long. So now when they chopping down wood and all of that, or they have their stores on there, yeah, they pay my grandma uncle, his descendants, they get paid for them people to be on the land.
On the land.
Who's allowed to levy the tax?
You have to be the one that's holding the title to the land.
Yeah.
You can't tax a land that's not under some kind of title treaty.
Out there.
Right. Oh, okay.
This is the law of the landlords. The landlords came from Europe. They didn't come from over here. And they use barristers to do their bookkeeping.
They're doing it right now.
They've been doing it the whole time.
Right now.
This is what I'm trying to get us to see. All of this admiralty jurisdiction, nationality is the law of the flag, the law of the high seas. This is why a ship has a nationality, and all of the people have to have a nationality. Disregard your...
Really, you own your home, but do you really?
No. You, as long as you're paying taxes on a piece of property, you're not the rightful owner.
That's
right. You're the renter. You're the tenant. This is part of the squatter rights. This is what they use in the squatter rights in the treaties.
Yeah, you don't loan that land that the house is on. But I wanted to ask a question based on what
different things.
I think this is a good question, especially when it comes to these allodial titles, which I know a lot of people
Jordan Maxwell just talked about
places. That. But when people own them, or if a community is already there, how do we then get the land back? Because they're going to say the rights are for the people that live there now.
Anything you buy allodity is God can't even take it from you.
Shout out to
Jordan
Tyler,
Maxwell
Texas.
But I want to say
Jordan
something
about
shout out to Tyler, Texas. Somebody just dropped Tyler, Texas down there. Shout out to my homie Duck, man. Hoover, man. He Rick Ross' nephew, the real Rick Ross, the one went to California. They're from a little place called Arp, Texas, right here down there by Tyler. They claim Tyler though. So he got some cousins. Matter of fact, they were on that same case that when Rick Ross got hit, his cousins went down too. They twins. Now they own 100 acres there. Both of them, they split it up. They got 50 acres apiece. But they dad had a business where, since it's their land, they chopped the trees down there. And so they chopped the trees down. They had their own flatbed trailers, and then they hauled the wood. And that's been their family hustle for a long time. Also including they were major factors in the drug trade, and even was sentenced in that case that Freeway Ricky Ross had. So that's how I got to meet him. Shout out to Duck. That's my nigga. Always gonna be my nigga, man. You know what I'm saying? Forever. But yeah, that's his people, them, his family, them down there, Tyler, Texas, still to this day. They using the wood on their land. They're chopping it themselves and they putting it on the back. Now my family moved land. We clear our land, chop trees and all of that, and have over 20 horses on the property. Also, we got tractor trailers and flatbeds and everything out there. You feel me? In a real way. So, that's just culture.
Just did that. Yeah.
Yep, I seen that. Yeah. Well, what Dulcie just said makes sense too. You know why I know that what you're telling is the truth? Because everything I do to my house, somebody can report it to the county, and they come either finding me or knocking on my door.
That means you don't own your house.
I own my house, but not the land that the house is on. And anything that you want to do, they got it set up. If I want to put a deck on the back of my house, they are the ones who I have to pay to come look at my deck to see if it's in there the way they want it. You see what I'm saying? I see just what you said.
Get the lights to 600.
You got a association.
Show greatness and unity. Strength and humble. Strength and honor.
HOA.
Yeah.
Strength and honor.
We do, but I'm listening to what Dulcinea is saying and what Rod just said, because they have it set up, like you said, that the landlords is the people that came over. So the landlords have made a way for all of them to make money. So it, like I said, if I put a deck, and I found out the hard way, I had somebody come put a big deck on the back of my house. They was gonna make me tear it down. They came to my house, find me, and I'm snapping like, this is my house. How you gonna find me? But they got rules and regulations where
you got to get permission.
County, and you got to get permission to put anything up. You got to put it up. Dots know what I'm talking about.
It's building codes.
Right.
You got to put up a sign saying that you got a permit to do this, that, and another. And then they got to come in and make sure that you got 4x4 posts and all of that.
Right. They did that to some farmers like decades ago, and they were getting kicked out of their land because they wanted to, I think, make them use a certain fertilizer, a certain way that they would farm, and when they weren't doing that, they end up kicking them off the farm that some people said they had for like hundreds of years, and they said they didn't own the land, so
they don't.
Yeah, man.
Look, the only reason why, listen, go back to Martin Luther King explaining to us how they brought the peasantry from Europe and undergird them with a financial floor to mechanize their farms. Just because this is just the floor is still on top of the land. So the whole time they can use the land. Some of the farmers are now being paid not to farm. Been doing it for over 100 years. I got you all this farmland, but I'm gonna pay you not to farm nothing. Right? That's what they need to control.
Nah, you ain't too late for the VIP platinum plan. Right now, only 2 people did they down payment. So nah, you ain't too late. There was a lot of niggas talking about it, but ain't nobody but 2 people jumped on it.
Control the output of the food resource. So all of this goes back to the eminent domain of the squatter right for the squatters to secure a piece of land.
That's what
from the landlords who came from Europe. And the landlords is operating under false pretenses of being our government under the color of law. That's not us. The person asked the question, how do you claim your land back when it's communities on them? We work with the community. We don't displace people in our culture. We work with the people that's in the community to restructure the community and allocate resources.
I'm gonna lock you
when the big mamas is back in charge, it's about making sure everybody got food, clothing, and shelter.
Right.
It ain't got nothing to do with I'm gonna bully you off the land because I don't think you're supposed to be here. It's about the return of the resources back to the people from a government that sucked all of the people's resources out.
We don't stick together.
This is the crystal globe. We looking at have and have nots in the New World Order. We chose not to be the have-nots, so we took it all by blood and by right. We was born with the right to restore the balance back to the people and the lands. And all we got to do is put Big Mama back on her seat and go on about our business. Everything will fall in place according to the laws of nature.
And that's the thing, though, because in Dulcinea, a lot of your title.
I'm gonna let that man in the middle talk, though. I don't know his name, but
real quick, real quick, because we flowing. The thing is, though, Dulcinea, when you talk about Lodio title, if you look up definition of Lodio title, you're talking about fee simple. So you have another term that's called fee simple. And everybody's not looking at their contracts and what they really have. They don't understand they have a beneficial interest in the land, in the contract, into the security instrument. They don't understand that they have actually a homestead that's already in place once you've been on the land for a certain point of time, depending on what state or country you're in North America. A lot of people, and when you're dealing with HOAs, that's voluntary. If you look up at HOA, it's a nonprofit. It really ain't even supposed to be there unless it's a medical building. If you look up the definition, and it's only voluntary, you can do whatever you want. But once you fall up under that, then they think they have some control over your land. But your deed, your grant deed, and your title insurance. You got title insurance, you got homeowners insurance. Your land title insurance tells you everything. So a lot of people don't look at those contracts, they don't sign them, they don't put a part of their grant deed, and they don't take control. Fee simple is fee simple. A Lodio title is already there. Now, if you're gonna go ahead and register it with the county, then obviously you don't have to pay the county because they got to come pick up the trash. They got to go clean the streets. They got to do all these different type of things. But if you let them know that, hey, I'm gonna take care of this square right here, what I got, then basically they out of the picture.
Right.
But if you take the benefit privilege from them, then yeah, you're gonna have to pay for it. Right. But that doesn't mean you can't get it back. You can recoup that. But that's a whole different line of things that a lot of our people, they know is not willing to take those steps. That's what I'm saying. It's tedious, but I'm telling you, if you own that line, yeah, you
even
get it all back.
My neighbor got his fence on my property line 2.5 feet.
Well, that's where you need to get a.
Well, you need to get him to take that down, because after a certain time, that becomes his property.
Well, the other thing, though,
yeah, look, it becomes his property.
The other thing, Freedom, is this. Real quick, Rob. My apologies, but the thing is, what other people don't do when they get instead of just getting an appraisal, they don't bring a land surveyor over there. So you
have to bring a land surveyor. You have to.
You can determine whatever.
You have to bring one of those.
As though your property is valued, you have that right to do so, because that property does not matter to anyone else. It's the value in which you think it's worth. It doesn't matter a bank, a surveyor, this, that, and the other. No, this is my family property.
You need the surveyor there, brother, so he can establish the lines, all right, the boundaries. Then you can take that to the courts. Because like they said, after a certain time, it does become his land. So you get a land surveyor out there who's gonna be attached to the city, the county, and you get that established on paper. I'm only saying this because my family had to go through this. Okay. So it took 3 lawyers to get the line established on our property, because the same situation, since it wasn't no family living on the property and it was just the people that owned the property next, they started letting their cattle roam a little further than where it was supposed to be. And so we had to get a gate up, and we did it the right way and got it established and took that back to the county and let them know, hey, we need all ours. We ain't missing nothing. We need all ours. And so you have to do it.
This is what it's worth. And actually, there's no value. So how can you tell me what it is worth for me and what it means to me? Therefore, you become the authority.
But the thing is, though, brother,
you don't allow them to dictate your value.
Real quick, brother. What Rod has been talking about, he's talking about the land. He's not talking about property. There's a difference.
Yeah, man.
Dots asked me about heirs property. That's a tax. You're talking about property. You're not talking about the land, brother. Some of the things that you say,
when you are talking about
wait,
land,
you guys, hold on, you guys. We don't want it to be a back and forth between you guys. We're gonna let.
I yield.
That's just quick.
I yield.
No, go ahead, brother.
Ain't got to add
most of the people.
Everything.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like
button. Is going to explain it how it works.
But
I yield.
Look, these contracts. That's what they using to enforce their jurisdictional authority to govern what you do on your land. They make you sign an adhesion contract. Most people don't know when they do their mortgage contract that they sign in the agreement to follow what's the homeowners association of the area. They ain't gonna tell you if you don't read it for yourself, right? They're not gonna tell you what you have, why you got to pay taxes. They gonna tell you it's to supply the services of the local government. That's supposed to be paid from out of DC and the capital of the state. Not supposed to be paid for by the resident. But remember, the landlords is the ones who's issuing these patents for squatter rights, disregarding the tribal lands where our ancestors is actually buried at. This is making them sacred lands, and they don't qualify under none of the treaties. The sacred lands do not qualify for none of the treaties. And we got ancestors buried from coast to coast. So they asserting their jurisdictional authority based on treaties and based on contracts they making with individuals. It has nothing to do with them having the proper jurisdiction. It has something to do with them having us go along to get along without telling us that we going along to get along.
Mm-hmm.
It's all deception at its finest. We can argue the particulars of law
to 100%,
right? But we still need to know what they use in the law to do to the people who's rightful heirs to the land. And they using what they call in the law to usurp the land law, the common law, the law of the people on the land of the tribes. All tribes west of the Appalachians are called in law dependent tribal nations. They call outlaw tribes, and they call belligerent tribes. Why do they call us this? Because we never signed none of their contracts because we never agreed. They only have a contract with 5 civilized tribes for a small portion of the Virginia territory, is what it was called at the time. They don't got no contracts to cross the Appalachians. They made that shit up as they go. And then as they make it up, we end.
You know what they did? It wasn't. They deemed it null and void. Okay, after the 1779 Sullivan expedition, go get my book. I'm Not Black, I'm Indian. It stupid information in there. All right. When the proclamation line was created, if the proclamation line was never created, you probably would have never got a United States. You feel me? That's how much it affected so much in that trade. So once enemies, Britain and the British versus the Scots, who came and lived with the Indians, the Scots became valuable because they had the ability to go back and forth across the Appalachians. So they became a main force in trade and Indian, as an Indian agent or representation, speaking from both sides. And after the Revolutionary War, well, the proclamation line was deemed null and void. It no longer existed. 1783, British signed the treaty. Proclamation line don't exist no more. It's open game. We're open to expanding now.
That believing they are legitimate government, so we support their takeover and shenanigans to get us to surrender the land.
Mm-hmm.
No tribal chief from this land believes in selling land, because to us it's like selling your mama and your children, and we don't believe in that. Yeah. The people that came over here sold their mama to leave and sold their children when they got here.
Yeah, not just.
Hey, hold on 1 second. I wanted to throw in the fact that like OG keeps saying about they couldn't cross the Appalachians. Well, it was a law that was put in place by King George, because they, in the story, they tell you that the British are the enemy. Now the British did play a role, but they amalgamated into Indian royal families. So George signed the proclamation law, and after the 1763 Treaty of Paris, he signed a proclamation law which outlawed them to pass the Appalachian Mountains. Now at this time they were doing slave raids, these Indians, and they were taking land. They was raiding other slave land. So this is what's gonna really set up what's gonna become. You're gonna get to the Revolutionary War. But you know what war happened after this? The Pontiac War. That's who Rod Hayes is. And so this is where Chief Pontiac comes in at, because after the 1763, those that still chose to come across the Appalachian were Pontiac and them rounded up the gang. And that's where what they call Pan-Indian Alliance, where all of these Indians that was coming out of these areas that was affected by the slave raiders coming down through the Great Lakes, back down to Virginia, down into Georgia. So you're gonna see them coming out the Ohio River. You're gonna get the Prophet T and his brother Tecumseh. And yeah, that's gonna lead out of the Chief Pontiac, which will lead you into what they call the Revolutionary War.
And that was called the Ottawa Territory, and it was a conglomeration of tribes from all through what they call it the Northwest Territory.
Yeah.
But we called it Ottawa Territory, and it was a group of tribes that was belligerent to the settlers crossing the Appalachians, interfering with the inland, what became later known as the Louisiana Purchase. The Protectorate Agreement of the French that they sold to the English was to make sure nobody crossed the Appalachians and went into, this is why you bring up King George, because they was not supposed to cross the Appalachians and go into what they called back then Indian territory or Bigfoot country, where them niggas with them big ass feet be stomping you across your neck.
Oh, come on now.
So when they telling us the stories, they telling us we mythical creatures, we werewolves. No, we not werewolves. We just wear wolf pelts when we fucking you up. Right? We wear the pelts of the jackal, or what we call over here the coyote. Right? So they came over as bloodsuckers, they vampires. We was already here, and they say we look like kin, so they call us lichens. And they tell us it's a story called Twilight. It's just a love story, but between a little pink girl and a little pink boy. But the native tribe turning into werewolves in the movie, and the pink motherfucker come from Europe to marry the little chick because she got the blood from both tribes, the European tribe and the American tribes. So he gonna try to marry her so they can have this special baby. This is a story is redundant. It's the same shit over and over. Your old Jesus Christ story reworked. Born of the blood of the Jews, but the Jews murdered his ass at the hands of the Romans. It's the same fucking story. They just dress it up in a different suit. It's the same goddamn lie. It's just a well-dressed lie now. It was dressed up to look like a superhero.
Like Dodge in that Catwoman suit. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Oh,
hey, my battery about to.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, the Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want.
Bloodsuckers, they vampires. We was already here, and they say we look like kin, so they call us lichens.
No, she didn't.
And they tell us it's a story called Twilight. It's just a love story, but between a little pink girl and a little pink boy.
No, she didn't.
But the native tribe turning into werewolves in the movie, and the pink motherfucker come from Europe to marry the little chick because she got the blood from both tribes, the European tribe and the American tribes. So he gonna try to marry her so they can have this special baby. This is a story is redundant. It's the same shit over and over. Your old Jesus Christ story reworked. Born of the blood of the Jews, but the Jews murdered his ass at the hands of the Romans. It's the same fucking story. They just dress it up in a different suit. It's the same goddamn lie. It's just a well-dressed lie now. It was dressed up to look like a superhero.
Like Dodge in that Catwoman suit. Jesus is the Christ. Can we get some flames? Let me cheat. You seen the Josh here look? Shocked, huh? She was shocked. I know you ain't shocked. You're a killer. I'm dead. Put the skull emoji. Put the bone and cross emoji up there. I'm dead. I'm dead. How the new people said now? I'm dead. No, she didn't.
Hey, my battery about to cut us off.
It is. You can't put your charger on.
That's the old drug dealer line. My page is dead. My page is going dead. Yeah, he was trying to go. They from this point on, they used him. They held him as a captive. Yeah, he was trying to go, and they said no.
on. Bye.
Yeah, I just tried to put the charger on. I think I put it on too late. I wasn't paying no attention to that damn battery.
My inner battery is about to go dead, so I'm gonna go.
Does it show that it's charging now?
It's
Okay.
It's charging, but I don't know if it's gonna be fast enough to keep us on.
Yeah, that's one of
the
those
3.5 hours in. If they don't get it now, they ain't gonna get it.
Question you wanted to ask, Lex?
That one of them, and Lex just an
Hi,
embarrassment.
Lex.
Yeah, I got some information.
Just an embarrassment. The guy with the ponytail, with the
right, and some information. Please make it in question form, please. We're not gonna do a debate.
The nigga with his hair plaited.
No, I have information I want to share.
The brother with the plaits in his hair.
That's all right.
Oh Lord, well, we'll wait on you then.
Cherry,
Does anybody have a question
cherry.
first? No, let's see if anyone has a question first. Then we'll come back to him because he wants to.
Well, I have a question about the information I'm going to share.
Oh, okay. I got you. Well, go ahead. It's open.
You sure? You seem a little
Man, come on here.
I mean, if it's not the time, that's all right.
Come on, Lex. Lex, come on.
I just didn't know if you were gonna make a presentation out of it or not. Like,
yeah, kinda. You know me. I got like 3 things. So this right here, right, is called The History of the American Indian by James Adair. Written in 1775, it was published.
Pray for Lex.
James Adair spent 50 years living amongst different Indian tribes and reporting on their culture. That's what basically kind of what the Jesuits would do. They were spies. They would come in and live amongst
Brother,
the Indians,
we don't need your interpretation.
Learn their language, learn their ways, some military operations.
We don't need your interpretation.
But I want to read something from here. And this was 1775. So
we're familiar with this guy. And I will hang him upside down.
To the beginning of the book, right here.
I will hang this guy upside down and shake his pockets.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get the chapter.
And anybody using his work as a reference, you do not want to see me. I'm gonna get you out of there quick like a jaguar.
Preface. Hold on. All right, content.
And that's not a threat. That's a promise.
All right. The Indians, the history of North American Indians and their customs. The Indians are of a copper or red clay color. They delight in everything which they imagine may promote and increase it accordingly. They paint their faces with vermilion as the best and most beautiful ingredient. If we consider the common laws of nature and providence, we shall not be surprised at this custom. For everything loves best its own likeness and place in creation.
When he got there, I said, "What are we doing?" You can tell when somebody reading and when somebody teaching. Jesus, 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 Jesus. It's a lot of people out here who are not teachers. It's a lot of people out here. It's okay to be a student. Brother, if you come here with a source and you think this is reading rainbow, boy, put the clock on them. Man, these niggas can't fuck with me. Boy, I would have broke him down already. Do you really think you finna come here to read? Because you're even reading without understanding. You're not even familiar with the work. I can tell the way that you read it. You're reading with no understanding. If you knew what you was talking about, you would have opened up this book and went directly to the source. Cause we throw straight punches around here. We throwing straights. We got that direct action. Trying to land. You reading us this bedtime story. Nigga when Ty Tariq Bay on us. Ty's read us the whole Constitution of the night. What? The whole Constitution, the preamble. Yeah, that nigga read that motherfucker word for word, top to the bottom.
It is disposed to ridicule and is disposed to ridicule its opposite. If a deformed son of burning Africa, you can see that bias. He's trying to say Africans look deformed or some shit. Was to paint the devil, he would not do it in black colors, nor delineate him with a shag, coarse, woolly head.
Little mama, Rod Hayes is on this bill. You thought he was live. Well, he did go live with us. Okay. So this is a live stream featuring Rod Hayes. Okay. You can go over to my sister, USM, the Unscrambled Minds. And this haven't even been 24 hours, mama. Okay. It hasn't been 24 hours. Obviously, you haven't seen it. So just take a seat. We cool people. You need a drink. You need something to drink. Can I get your coat? You hungry? You feel me? We Indians. We gonna feed you. It's okay, mama. Just come. Just sit down. Ride here with us. He in the building.
Nor with thick lips, or short, flat nose, or clumsy feet like those of a bear. His devil would represent one of the different nation of people. But was he to draw an agreeable picture, according to the African taste, he would dub it all over with a sooty black. All the Indians are strongly attached to and prejudiced in favor of their own color.
Brother, what is you talking about?
Of the whites as we possibly can do of them.
What are you
The English traders among them experience much of it and are often very glad to be allowed to pass muster with the Indian chieftains as fellow brethren of the human species.
This is getting ridiculous.
Will sufficiently show in flattering classes that they view themselves in flattering glasses. They view themselves.
And then you stumbling over words.
Some time passed.
No, a lot of time has passed. You've been reading for 5 minutes. You right. Some time have passed. Brother, are you serious? Do you have an audio book or something you can reference us to or something? Because you're reading without understanding. It's hard to follow. And we thought you had a question. You tricked us. You said my question had something to do with this. So you tricked us.
A large body of English Indian traders on their way to a Choctaw country were escorted by a body.
Nigga, this ain't no book club. Nigga done tricked us to come to his book club. Nah, man, you tripping. Nigga done brought us to his book club.
Creek and Choctaw warriors. The Creeks, having a particular friendship for some of the traders who had treated them pretty liberally, took this opportunity to chide the Choctaws before the traders in a smart though friendly way for not allowing the English the name of human creatures. For the general name they give us in most of their favorable war speeches resembles that of a contemptible heterogeneous animal.
No, you're not about to read us no damn bedtime story. Get to your point. Yeah, for real, nigga. I can't see it. I was getting antsy. I would have been took off. And I'm trying to see if something gonna happen. Cause I don't, I always get blamed that I'm tripping. And now I done got to the point because in my mind, I'm like, nah, you tripping, don't do that. Cause I'm like, man, I'm finna fire on cuz. I'm like, nah, you tripping, bro. Just chill out. Your reputation already bad. They say you bitch. So I said, all right, I'm chilling, man. And it just got out of control, bro. I couldn't even, I lost all train of thought. I just took off on cuz. I ain't gonna lie. Fire. No. I wish I would.
Right. I was just about to ask, how many pages are you trying to read? Is there?
I'm getting to it.
Okay. Okay. Right. Okay, you're gonna get to it after the next paragraph.
It's right here. I'm getting to it.
Okay, gotcha.
It's the next two paragraphs. These two paragraphs right here.
Two?
The hotter or colder the climate where the Indians have long resided, the greater the proportion have.
The hotter the colder the climate, they said.
I took particular notice of the Shawana.
Hey, y'all, it's 420 in here. That means 5 to dope.
Within 50 miles of the Chickasaw.
We have 420 people in here. Hit the like button. Let's get to 500. But it's 420. All my 420 friendly people out there. That means fire up. That's a sign of the gods.
To that of the Creeks. And by comparing them with the Indians, which I accompanied to their camp, I observed.
Stop categorizing yourself, man. Don't categorize yourself. You're in a category.
Bro,
he ain't about to do nothing but hang yourself with this source.
Hey, look, y'all should let him finish because he telling y'all something real important.
Oh, he is? Okay. It's just said it's like, go ahead, baby.
Let's get 20 more likes.
Let me go ahead because you're kind of going slow. I observed that Toronto.
It's cool.
Hold on. I'm reading it.
Next week just messed.
Oh, Lexi Pooh got his hair plaited. Got his hair plaited. Too much gel in there. Oh, he didn't went in there flat. He didn't went in there and curled his hair today, and he got his head back. Oh, and him so sad. It's okay. Oh, don't act like that.
I was reading it.
No, it wasn't a mistake. I mean, y'all always disrespect.
Stop crying, bro.
So let me tell y'all when he was reading. When I say telling y'all something important, remember the pale face came for a drop of blood.
They always hurting somebody's feelings,
right? J.A. Rogers in Sex and Race and Nature Knows No Color line say, and Superman and Man say that there was no self-respect in one of us that would touch one of them, and there was none of them that would touch one of us. How do you get one of us to get with one of them? You got to tell us we can't do it. You got to make us rebel against the order of the day. They had no beauty standard, but they can only develop one once they get their drop of blood because their genetics doesn't allow for it. This is why they wore the corset dresses with the fox fanny. Yeah, Nature Knows No Color line. He's telling you that when they came over here, we wouldn't mix with them. We wouldn't touch them motherfuckers. Right? So when you force a people until you get to the mulatto stage and the octoroon stage, you can turn them loose on either side of the fence and they'll mix for you to get the drop of blood throughout the spectrum. This is what he was reading when he was showing you that we ain't like them motherfuckers and they ain't like us. But they have to get their drop of blood some kind of way. And they unleash the reign of terror to get it. And they was brought over here to keep us from ever getting into the institutions to get to the information. Right? So this is what he's telling you in the story that he was reading is my man is describing how we perceive them, how they perceived us, and trying to figure out how to make us to perceive each other differently from two different sides of the world. Right? The snowman meet the sun man. Goddamn. Iceman inheritance. They got to go through a catharsis to get that evil shit out their blood that was put into them in the laboratory. The catharsis look like racism. It looks like sexism. It looks like oppression. Until they get fed up with the shit their parents did.
Let freedom ring.
That one drop of blood take hold in their psyche. They ain't gonna like that shit. So now you're gonna see pale faces. What overdrew all this? I'm gonna make the pale face tell you the truth. How he gonna do that? He gonna talk.
What Big Chief Topcatz say? I'm gonna make all your favorite scholars tell the truth. Yeah. That's what I come to do. I'm gonna make them all tell the truth. I'm gonna make all the doctors tell the truth. Yeah. And then I'm gonna send your ass back home and let your family tell you the motherfucking truth. And then for that young nigga right there.
Talk to that one drop of blood. In that one drop of blood, I don't care what vessel it's in, it's gonna respond to the chief.
Hey, get the 600 likes. Get the 600 likes.
This is what the whole crucible of God, great melting pot story that they're telling us the whole time. They telling us what they doing. And we not paying it no attention because it sounds like a slick slogan from the government. It's not. This is why eugenics was created, to make it look like they wanted to genocide us, to force us to accept some people we wouldn't accept. It's reverse psychology used at its maximum potential in a sociological instead of an individual capacity. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit no more. Now I'm trying to I want my big mama back. Fuck the bullshit. Because when Big Mama come home and all of her daughters get their shit back, we good. We could figure out everything else at that point.
So when is that supposed to happen?
Now in real time.
Hey, look at Nisha. You just boy, little party pooper ass. I'm ready to go home, ass nigga. Take me home. Yeah. Shot T-shirt. What he say? He put that nigga there. That nigga put Dr. Clark in the trunk. Man, we put greats. We put giants. Man, we slayed the giants, man, while we was little niggas. You feel me? All of the greats. Bring on your master teachers. And you think these guys is coming up out of these areas now? You think they can talk? Man, you can't talk to me, homeboy. Don't even look at me. Nigga, don't look at nobody over here in BCU, nigga. Until you go do that, nigga, we done what niggas thought couldn't even be done. Shock the world, nigga. We took down the biggest, the best, the baddest. Put them in the trunk, wrap them up. Nobody safe. Big Indians, Jaguars on the loose.
Yeah. It's going down real time right now. The process is processing.
I'm trying to rationalize.
What you just asked?
Yeah, Divine. Nisha don't want none of that Kool-Aid.
She said when it's gonna happen.
Nisha said I don't drink Kool-Aid. Only natural spring water.
Happen.
That's okay.
Oh, that was
Nisha. Like part of that I must be missing.
That wasn't me, Dots. That wasn't me, Dots. That was Nisha that asked them that, baby.
I don't understand Big Mama. This part of me, I'm trying to.
You might not be one of us.
Or so it takes to be one of us.
He's a Hebrew Israelite.
Big Mama.
He might not be.
Why wouldn't you understand Big Mama, but you understand Big Papa?
He's a Hebrew Israelite. I mean,
listen,
there you go. That's the doctrine.
I'm trying to figure
We're
out
what is people.
I'm trying to figure out what is he talking about when he talks about Big Mama. I don't like being left out of the conversation.
All right, everybody
I like to understand what's going on.
Let Ride and the Apostle get out there. Everybody back up.
Well, Apostle,
yeah,
I think you missed some of the beginning when we were kind of talking about the return of the matriarch. That's why you're maybe a little confused.
Hey, look at
explaining it earlier, so we don't want to rehash everything.
Hey, y'all move them tables for me, family. Y'all slide that back and we're gonna let Apostle and Ride get out there. Y'all move them tables.
We're restoring the matriarchal structure that the tribes operated on before the rogue patriarchs brought their Bible bullshit over here.
Mm-hmm. Paleolithic time.
It's just as simple as that. We say Big Mama because every clan called their tribal mother Big Mama.
Mm-hmm.
Or something like that. Mud Deer, Nana, right? It just depends on who she was, but the tribal mother, we called them Big Mama.
God, the bomb, cutie, you know, all the good stuff.
Foxy. My grandma's name was Foxy.
Yeah.
She had to be tough. She had to be some serious.
I think the mindset is different now. So there's really no type of Big Mama these days.
Oh, yes, it is, honey. Bring Big Mama back. That's why we got so much craziness in the world now, because we got so much disrespect.
But that's my point. You making my point. You making my point.
It goes back to what Ice Cube said when in the movie that the nature of the woman or the female compared to the male. The male always want to destroy. The nature of the female is to bring life. The nature of the man is to destroy. So when the male lion get with the lioness, if she got a cub, that male lion is going to destroy those cubs because they're not from him. But the female lion, she's going to protect them cubs with her life. So I understand the nature of the woman in comparison to the nature of men. Men want to blow shit up, excuse my expression. They want to destroy stuff. They want to come in and totally annihilate and start all over from what's in them. They don't want nothing. They don't want another man's seed running around in the yard, right? They don't want no other man's seed telling them, you ain't my father. Men are like that. So I understand. As a man that has
you're kind of proving
raising another woman's child.
Well, it's not just about another woman's child either, but you're kind of making the point because it's bigger than just because a lion would want to kill a lioness's cubs from another male. We know even what Rod Hayes was talking about, the state of nationality, all these arguments, all this warring with each other. That is the state of men, where you just said the lioness is going to protect her cubs, or the woman is going to be about family. So this is about bringing about that aspect, bringing about being about family, more so being about wars, being about one nation is against each other or anything like that. And once we start with family, then we can build upon that. But we're not able to build off of the separation of the warring and different things that.
Look,
that was an accurate description.
Rod, that come out you hellions' mouths. I'm sorry, but they are hellions.
Look,
what were you saying?
He directly described the nature of lions, but what's the nature of the gorilla?
Same thing. A female gorilla.
It's not the same thing. When a male gorilla take over, he don't kill none of the babies.
Well, I know
father them all.
What I'm saying is, what my point of was, a female gorilla would take a puppy and raise it.
It's nature of the feminine.
Nurse it. That's a movie. Nurse it to her breast.
That's a movie.
So that's a movie.
Yeah, where you see that?
A chimpanzee would take a dog, a puppy.
No, not no wild one.
Hollywood.
A wild one gonna eat that motherfucker. A wild chimp gonna eat that motherfucker.
No, I'm
telling you, a female, most female animals, like my dog, okay, just came in the first heat. She's 11 months. Oh, she's beautiful too. But the first thing she does when she go in the yard, she dig a ditch.
Is she digging the ditch, or is she mimicking a fox digging the den?
No, she's mimicking a dog, what a wolf would do, not what a fox would do. She's
they
digging
still
a
dogs.
Den. She's digging a den.
Right. The reason why I pointed out the difference in the nature of the lion and the gorilla is the evolution of the masculine in the species. The evolved masculine understand that the nature of the feminine, she may have children when he meet her. And the evolved man is going to nurture and father them children like they his own. But the unevolved man is going to have an attitude with the children and become easily frustrated with them because they not his own. It's a difference. It's levels to this shit.
I understand, but we talking about gorillas or men, because you're saying the uninvolved.
The same way you matched up the lions, I'm just showing you that the difference in the two species. The human species is above all that shit. But we don't want to accept that reality yet. We ain't culturally mature enough again. We have to remature back into the evolved beings we were when we nurtured everything on the planet, including the lion and the gorilla.
Well, I would agree with you that most men today are not equipped to raise another man's children.
We're going to skip that subject.
Most men.
Right. That's why I wanted to actually bypass that, because why are we talking about raising other men's children? Because that's not the only.
It's the reality of life, though.
It is a reality of life, but that's not the only thing as far as matriarch. Some people aren't bringing other men's children to the relationship, and they're still going to be matriarchs that got to understand their role and the role of a woman. So what would you say as far as, with bringing Big Mama back, what is the role of women as we're mentoring each other and we're trying to get back to what we had before?
Earlier, one of the sisters mentioned their uncle had always surrounded himself with a group of women.
I was just getting ready to say that.
There's something else that happens when you surround yourself with a group of women. You live longer.
Most loyal people, most loyal soldiers.
Look, we ain't even
Never
got to that part. I'm talking about the energetic difference.
That's a fact.
Right? The mitochondrial support from multiple women allows the man to heal from some shit that he wouldn't have healed from without her. A group of women, a group of balanced women are Tesla coils of healing mitochondrial resonance. This is metaphysical science, and the tribes was based on metaphysics. We move on the earth like the stars move in the sky.
See,
Wait, Apostle, let him finish.
Yeah.
It's all energy. It's all energy and energy management, resource management. As the gods, we ain't supposed to be walking around here trying to pretend to be animals. We supposed to do God shit. So I'm not finna go pissing on every tree I walk past like a dog just because I'm a man. But a dog gonna piss on every tree he go past to make sure a person notices his territory.
Yeah.
The most I'm gonna do is stake a totem pole. Right? If we gonna be gods, we gonna have to do some God shit. If we gonna be mortals, we gonna have to do some mortal shit. But the first thing we got to do is figure out the difference in the goddamn two. You can't call yourself a god, you don't do no God shit.
Bars.
You're just a mortal who aspire to godhood.
Armchair scholarship.
But you have the potential to become the God as soon as you realize what it takes to ascend to that level. Everybody ain't on the same level. That's why information goes through trickle down. I might be able to tell one person something, and I could tell an entirely different person the same thing, and they both, one of them understand it, the other one don't. The one that don't can go talk to the other person I talked to, get the explanation, and it makes perfect sense to him, but it didn't make sense when I told it to him. But I told it to the person that explained it to him. So now you see that the information has to go through a trickle-down effect. We playing Plinko with the knowledge. We're just trying to get back to the balance of the nature and the human family by restoring the matriarch, because that's the natural structure of the human family, not because the women is better or not better than the man. Put the power where the power go. The machine run the way it's supposed to run, and we got heaven on earth.
Hey, yeah, I'll give him some flames on that, because them was some bars. Get some flames in here on that. I ain't even gonna lie. They be saying Rod say some good things, some bad things. Now he dropped some bars on that one right there. Get some flames in the building for him on that one.
But if you keep the power where it don't belong, you're going to always have misery and suffering as a result of people inappropriately applying power to the wrong places at the wrong time, creating the wrong result. It's basic mathematics.
And we've been talking about that. That's been our message for the week.
Holistic herb.
What you putting that power and not holding it and giving it out. We've been talking about that. That would be message all week.
Holistic herb. Oh,
he got the same first name as me.
I think something's happening with this connection because it keeps dropping.
Okay.
Look, we almost 4 hours in, y'all. I'm getting tired now.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all remember, but when I was showing that family history
thing, did you have another question you wanted to ask before Rod left? Did I just cut somebody off? I'm so sorry.
Yo, Tops, where you at, man, in Texas?
Yeah, I was saying, can I just finish this?
Yeah, I don't think I had ran to the smoke shop.
Remember, but when I was
I
showing
ran
that
to the
thing
smoke
about Charles
shop.
Anson Campbell, he was born in 1767, September 16th. He died in 1906, before the 140th birthday. In 1900, he was listed head of household. He was 132 years old. His daughter, who was my grandma Adeline, if I can share my screen.
But I'm 132 years old. I'm still gonna be knocking out this. I'm still gonna have some of the bad.
In Blackville,
Yes,
South
tell
Carolina.
132. I'm paying for
Blackville, South Carolina, in 1945. She was 114. She's the daughter of Charles Anson Campbell. 30 days.
130. Boy, I'm paying for it. I'm gonna buy me a couple of them. I'm going shopping. Now I'm going on the shopping spree.
At least
I'm going on.
5 or 6 people in my family right now, older than 100 years old, still living in my family.
That is wonderful. And Bad Hombre, how are you doing? He got something against Big Mama. We already explained to you the difference, but you want to come up and tell us what you think about it? I mean, how could Big Mama ruin Black America? That's the part that gets me. But
he ain't talking about Big Mama. He talking about them feminist
movement. Exactly. He's still on.
That's not the same thing. He think it is, but it ain't.
But did anyone have any more questions? We definitely want to let Rod Hayes go. He's been here for 4 hours now. So just if anyone has questions, if you guys could get your question out before you go.
I just wanted to know where Topcatz is in Texas, because I'm out here in Cowtown. So I want to link up with the brother and see what we can do. That's what I'm talking about. The thing is, I just need to know where he at.
I think I was at the smoke shop.
Where are you from, Shadow Feather?
Huh?
You got an accent. Are you from Jamaica?
No, man, it's a family of lineage kind of thing. I lived in the islands for a long time, man. I'm a globetrotter.
Oh, okay.
You see, Naya Bingi, if you want to speak what language you want to speak, I can speak it. And I don't know Daijobu desu ka, or in whatever language you speak, I prefer twa. So the thing is, I just wanted to link up. I was just trying to shout out to Tops to see where he was at in Texas.
My bad, family.
So that I can link up with his I think he have a BCU kind of like thing, and link up with the boy them on, so we can go to the Alamo to see what really went down.
Well, Topcatz normally don't give out his address.
Well, I'm not, man.
We not
even sure if Topcatz still listening, because he ain't said nothing in a minute.
This ain't even a place to do that, though.
Topcatz, what's your address? Your address.
I'm in the smoke shop. Got caught up.
We not finna do public addresses, because they got some lunatics on the internet.
Yeah. This is
I can tell you, my biological father is from San Antonio.
Email, but hold on, you guys, because I do want we do have to respect Rod Hayes' time. So I don't know, he may have stepped away too, Shadow Feather. So we'll just wait on your
respect
later and see if anyone else has any questions for Rod Hayes at this time.
No, but I would like to say thank you for coming and giving us your time. You've been more than patient. You get another blueprint on how to have a conversation without it being too disrespectful, right? And I salute any of my brethren that can do that and stand on their square. So
absolutely. Thank you so much for coming tonight. And someone had a question in the audience, so we'll just ask this really quickly before you go. They said, I have a question. Are Moors and Indians and Aboriginals coming to realize they share the same issues in America?
Hell no.
That is good.
Hell no.
What?
You say no?
Hell no.
AT double.
Why you say that, Rod?
We fighting a war, feathers versus feathers. Hell no. The righteous Moors know what's up.
D to the O to the T to the S. I like what you like, and we gonna just keep it. We just gonna keep it like that. I like what you like.
The dirty Moors, fuck them niggas. The dirty Moors is different from the righteous Moors.
I should have put that in the title. That nigga said the Moors, nigga, fuck them niggas. I should have put that in the title.
I'm just saying with you. I don't know if he do what.
You say no?
Hell no.
Why you say that, Rod?
We fighting a war, feathers versus feathers. Hell no. The righteous Moors know what's up. The dirty Moors, fuck them niggas.
Fuck them niggas.
The dirty Moors is different from the righteous Moors. They not the same people.
Time out. Wait a minute. All the same. They trying to blame me for all the Moors. I ain't had no Moorish debates. None of this, the topic ain't come from me, and but my position is firm and I'm real, and I let people know I don't hate the Moors. I'm not gangbanging against the Moors. There's some Moors out there who I rock with, who rock with me. The Moors that rock with me, I rock with them. I don't treat them no different. But yeah, nigga, I ain't the only one out here with that. You heard what he said, nigga. Fuck the Moors, man, nigga. Don't nobody fuck with no Moors, man. Y'all nigga tripping, and I'm nigga as if Moors had some type of clout or some type of influence. Nah, nigga. Everybody say fuck the Moors, nigga.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know. Taj is one of the greatest civics teachers to ever teach civics.
Yeah, he feels as though that we're all one people because he feels as though that the Moors are just melanated people.
Well, we are melanated. I know that much.
I think Comedian thinks there's a difference.
I don't think so.
Yeah, well,
the George Washington challenge is a challenge between chiefs and 32-degree Scottish Rite Freemasons from England. Spanish and French. That's what the George Washington challenge about. What side of the ocean you originate from?
That part.
That's the George Washington challenge. I didn't make that shit up. I just pulled it out the history books to show it to y'all.
One love.
It's the war between the two nappy head motherfuckers. The good had to suffer with the bad. And the pale face was the referee while he got his drop of blood in his reign of terror. We not the same people.
Uh-oh. So Rod
half the motherfuckers ain't got no soul. And you know the ones that ain't got.
Rod Hayes say Indian Moors are not the same. So put that on the scoreboard. I don't know what the credibility or what the people that are saying these things they're not looking so credible. If you can, please come to the stand and the microphone and let us know what's going on, because check the scoreboard. I'll just say that. The legends and the master teachers, they've already walked their green mile. So there's still a few people out here who may need to sit in their chamber.
Got no soul because they stuck on the same foolishness.
Mm-hmm.
We got a lot of righteous Moors over here.
We do, and I like
they all under Angel Bay. If they ain't under Angel Bay, then they're gonna find out soon enough where the tribes stand with the dirty Moors, because they got all their names on the legends in the Moorish consulate.
I just know the ones
in the list of the dirt they did. That ain't my house to clean up.
Yeah, I'm just
here to tell the people the story and where to find the information at.
But the more they rock with me, that's who I'm talking
about.
Right.
So if you don't know what the George Washington challenge is, you still barking nationality, you only have cocked. No, Drew Ali didn't say get a rudimentary Moorish education. He said get a good Moorish education. That means trace the motherfuckers back to their source. When they came out the Middle East from the Sinai.
Okay, shout out to Jeff Ford. Shout out to the El Baruch. Shout out to Jeff Ford. And I seen this video where they said Jeff Ford actually got put down by the DC Moors, or what they call the DC blacks, and the federal penitentiary, and the federal and the people that put him down. It's on YouTube. Brother tell the story how they met him at the weight piles. He approached them, let them know who he was, and they start rocking with him. And then it's a brother, Richard Neal Bay, who come out the game. He gave a thumbs up on that. So I don't know, it ain't my story, but y'all can go check it out. Jeff Ford in the DC Moors.
Mountains.
Moors were a fraction in the penitentiary a powerful force in the federal penitentiary. Nah, square business, and one of their number one rivals was the Aryan Brotherhood. Go do your homework on that.
The Babylonian captivity with their blood magic, sex magic, and money magic moved across the northern portions of Africa, across the Iberian Peninsula, and moved into Italy and called themselves Etruscans. Then they changed their name again. They keep changing their name because they don't think we know how to track their dumb ass.
Right.
They tell us the stories. Half of them went up into settle in West Turkey and formed the Ottoman Empire, what they call the Byzantine kings. Right? So we know the difference in the people. It's just that the ones that's the dirty Moors don't never want us to resolve the matter definitively. We ain't no goddamn Moors.
Sound like the Horabs to me.
Moor is a catch term to encapsulate two separate groups of people under the same phenotypical identity for the purposes of a conjure war.
No different than the black.
I like that.
No
I
different.
like that.
That's what it's all about. Feathers versus fezzes.
I've never heard it like that before. I like that.
It's all in the imagery, in the iconography. They got the pictures of the Moors over in Europe eating the babies. They telling us the whole time. Pretending to be us and carry themselves like we do. They don't have the discipline and the fortitude to be able to assimilate all of the monotheistic religions they brought over here with them. They can't even follow that shit. And we became more Christians than the Christians, more Muslim than the Muslims, and more Jewish than the goddamn Jews. And we wasn't none of that shit before 1492. And now niggas want to stand up and argue that we some goddamn shit that wasn't over here before Columbus came and fight you to the goddamn death because you know who you is and it don't agree with the narrative that the settlers and the colonizers is forcing down our goddamn throat, telling us we came from somewhere else.
Hold on, I want to stop and let the mic breathe. God damn, right? Hold on, I want to let the mic breathe, man. Say, man, did he check shit out them more niggas? Say, did he just check shit out the Moors? say, man, that nigga went old school Unk style on the Moors. Get your shit together, nigga. Get it together. At this point, everybody that's running around here talking about that, you are on the pseudo list. Period. You fall under the pseudo list. People are tired of the BS. People have dedicated centuries into believing this, and it has got us nowhere. It has tore us away from our family. And people are tired of it. They say Topcatz calling this division and all. Homie, I'm not the only one feel like this. Everyone has the right to feel how they feel. But I'm not the only one. That nigga just spanked. Man, that nigga took his belt off on them nigga, man. For real, man. If y'all don't get away from here with all that foolishness, he took his belt off.
How the fuck all our ancestors know how to navigate the land if they ain't from here? Yeah. I know. Taj is one of the greatest civics teachers to ever teach civics.
Yeah, he feels as though that we're all one people because he feels as though that the Moors are just melanated people.
Well, we are melanated. I know that much.
I think Comedian thinks there's a difference.
I don't think so.
Yeah, well.
Look, the George Washington challenge is a challenge between chiefs and 32-degree Scottish Rite Freemasons from England. Spanish and French. That's what the George Washington challenge about. What side of the ocean you originate from?
That part.
That's the George Washington challenge. I didn't make that shit up. I just pulled it out the history books to show it to y'all.
Right.
It's the war between the two nappy head motherfuckers. The good had to suffer with the bad. And the pale face was the referee while he got his drop of blood in his reign of terror. We not the same people. Half the motherfuckers ain't got no soul. And you know the ones that ain't got no soul because they stuck on the same foolishness. We got a lot of righteous Moors over here. They are under Angel Bay. If they ain't under Angel Bay, then they're gonna find out soon enough where the tribes stand with the dirty Moors, because they got all their names on the ledgers in the Moorish consulate, and the list of the dirt they did. That ain't my house to clean up. I'm just here to tell the people the story and where to find the information at.
Right.
Right. So if you don't know what the George Washington challenge is, and you still barking nationality, you only have cocked. No, Drew Ali didn't say get a rudimentary Moorish education. He said get a good Moorish education. That means trace the motherfuckers back to their source. When they came out the Middle East from the Sinai mountains under the Babylonian captivity with their blood magic, sex magic, and money magic, moved across the northern portions of Africa, across the Iberian Peninsula, and moved into Italy and called themselves Etruscans. Then they changed their name again. They keep changing their name because they don't think we know how to track their dumb ass.
Right.
They tell us the stories. Half of them went up into settle in West Turkey and formed the Ottoman Empire, what they call the Byzantine kings. Right? So we know the difference in the people. It's just that the ones that's the dirty Moors don't never want us to resolve the matter definitively. We ain't no goddamn Moors.
Sound like the Horabs to me.
Moor is a catch term to encapsulate two separate groups of people under the same phenotypical identity for the purposes of a conjure war.
I like that. I like that.
That's what it's all about. Feathers versus fezzes.
I never heard it like that before. I like that.
Right.
It's all in the imagery, in the iconography. They got the pictures of the Moors over in Europe eating the babies. They telling us the whole time why they kicking them out of Europe. You think they wasn't gonna eat babies when they got here? Oh, they just stopped eating babies when they got here and started trying to pretend to be us and carry themselves like we do. They don't have the discipline and the internal fortitude to be able to assimilate all of the monotheistic religions they brought over here with them. They can't even follow that shit. And we became more Christians than the Christians, more Muslim than the Muslims, and more Jewish than the goddamn Jews. And we wasn't none of that shit before 1492. And now niggas want to stand up and argue that we some goddamn shit that wasn't over here before Columbus came and fight you to the goddamn death because you know who you is and it don't agree with the narrative that the settlers and the colonizers is forcing down our goddamn throat, telling us we came from somewhere else.
And
how the fuck all our ancestors know how to navigate the land if they ain't from here?
Interesting. Interesting.
Thanks. So JoJo, did you have a quick question really quick? And
quick, yeah.
Like quick. Unmute yourself, JoJo, and then you can ask your question.
Yeah, so I had a quick question. For Hayes. So you telling me it's two different situations. The fight for reparations is for descendants of slaves. The fight for land is for aboriginals or Indians. Is that correct?
The fight for reparations is a distraction from all of the melanated people, no matter where they at.
Stop. Wait a minute. Hold on. Stay where we at. You're telling me that the fight for reparations can only be claimed by descendants of slaves. Is that correct? Yes or no?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the reparation, hold on, listen. The reparations program that's been rolled out to us is for the descendants of slaves.
Okay.
They have not rolled out a reparations for us to recover the land.
So
that didn't roll out from them.
Stay with me. Hold on. Stay with me. Let's keep it in buckets. Keep it in buckets. The fight for reparations is only for people who say that they're descendants for slaves. Yes or no?
Yeah, that's what the fight for reparations that we following is. Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, but see. Hold on one second, brother.
It's like the point of the mission is that, hold on. Let him talk real quick, Sister Freedom.
20 seconds, 10 seconds. The part that I think the brother is missing is the call for reparations started out of a agriculture, out of a farm, lands that had been ceded. So the people that time that was fighting, they were up in the age, in their 70s and their 80s. So in 1989, they came out with HR 40, which was to study how they would do reparations. But it had nothing to do with the claim that was being made, which the land has been stolen. So for 40 years, they've been studying, and that's how it turned into an African narrative or the slave narrative.
So wait a minute. Hold on.
They've been studying for 40 years.
Hold on, Topcatz. Hold on, Cats. So you're saying that the fight for reparations, the people that are saying, I'm a descendant of slaves, got tied into people that said, I've been farming here for the last 400 years. Is that correct?
Well, slaves couldn't own land here until 1870. When we have, but most of us have family and land that goes back before 1870, so they wouldn't be African. So the slave in the story wouldn't be the African. The person who took it would be the people of the land. These are the people that were displaced through the Indian Removal Act and other laws and treaties that was passed.
So Cats, listen to me. For Obama breaking off the Indians for $500 million when he was in office, was that the fight for reparations or the fight for land?
No, sir. Obama's situation for the fight for land was called the Glickman case. I want you to look it up. Glickman, the Glickman case. Okay, that's where Obama came in, which came from 1999. It was for 11 years, and then it was settled to who? To black farmers. Okay.
No, Topcatz. Cats, listen.
Tied to the land.
Anybody? Hold on, Cats.
A formal reparation.
Cats, listen. Anybody on Cats?
Case.
Am I muted, yo?
No,
man, come on, man.
Anybody
Hold on,
listen,
JoJo.
listen.
1 second.
Come
wait,
on,
no,
come
wait,
on,
1
man.
second,
You
JoJo.
want a debate right now,
1 second, yeah.
Let him get
you
beat
ask a
up.
question, JoJo, you have to allow the person.
But my question is this.
Hold on, JoJo. Hold on, because you're about to do it to me. And I just want you to understand as far as what platform you're on, because you're on our platform, Unscrambled Minds. Welcome. So when you ask a question, it's no problem. You can definitely ask a question. We just want to allow everybody to get the whole full point across. And then if you have another question after that.
Brazilian, you ain't paid your bail money, man. What you doing out your cell? You ain't 23-hour lockdown shoe program. You ain't paid your bond. When you pay your bond, we'll let you out.
You can go or reiterate, but please do not interrupt someone in the middle of answering. Okay, go ahead.
So my frustration is this, that American Indian is being paid. How do I, as an Aboriginal Indian, get paid? They are not recognizing me. I am not Black. I'm not African American. They are not recognizing me to get a piece of the payment for retribution. That's what I'm trying to get clear.
You got a $1,000 bond. You got to pay 10%, which is $100 to get out. You got a $1,000 bond here in the state of Texas. You pay 10%. I had a $100,000 bond. I had to pay $1,000. I had to pay $10,000 to get out. That was on my case. I went to court late. They gave me a $90,000 bond. I had to pay $9,000 to get out. And this was back to back. Dope boy 96 Apple on what I smoke on. You ain't trap key yourself. But yeah, you got $1,000 bond. Get you a good bondsman and you pay 10% on it.
That's another day.
I ask you this here. How far have you got back in your genealogy?
So we have in my family trees. Anybody born from 65 up got a family tree, right? We got our family tree that goes back. My great grandfather is Caucasian.
You know
hold on, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Yo. Don't cut me off.
No. I mean, you
listen to me.
Question,
listen to
brother.
me. Hold on,
yes,
listen
sir,
to me. My great grandfather is Caucasian, right? He's white.
Okay, no problem.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I hear you, but I'm getting on the inside.
Are these fights for reparations and land? How are At first, y'all agreed that it was descendants of Africans, which I'm not, is for reparations. The land, the fight for land is something totally different, which the American Indian is being paid. How do I get there? Rob Hayes, how do I get there?
That's the best question of the day.
That Brazilian,
right? Because this is the reason why. The American Indian is not the Aboriginals to the land.
Hit him with a
the American Indian is paper genocide the Aboriginals to the land. The American Indian can be anybody that was rolled in under the Dawes Act. That don't got nothing to do with us. Our way is we cannot defeat them using their system. Our ancestors left us a system of redemption that I've been following for 5 years, and it's been working. We don't see all of the benefits yet because we coming out of a hazy period of trying to understand what's going on. The only way we can get our shit back is to go back to the great law, and that overrides the admiralty jurisdiction that's overlapping the land. All of that you see is these lands of demarcation that's establishing states.
Yeah, this is Legendary got two channels only. But yeah, this is our shop.
Is the legal fiction in operation on the land. The only way we can overthrow them is we have to go back to the old oral tradition of the tribes, put everything out in the open for the rest of the tribesmen and the clans people to see. And the more of us become aware, then their system will automatically.
Wait a minute, who doing the sex magic bill? What y'all got going on? Who doing sex magic? When was this talked about? I was never debriefed on this. What is going on?
Automatically start to deteriorate. It's scheduled to close March the 1st. So I don't see any way for them to resurrect that dead entity this time because there's not enough of us contracting with them anymore because we becoming aware. Once their system collapses, the tribal system, we have to go around the land having leadership summits and setting up new boundaries and removing all of the boundaries the settlers set. And this is how we get back to what's ours, by following our system and stop following the system of the color of law, which they gave us under a uniform commercial code. And that's why they wear uniforms, to look legitimate, even though they're illegitimate.
So hold on.
Wait, no, hold on, Apostle. Let Nisha go in, and then I'm gonna ask Big Chief the same question.
So are y'all working on that right now? I mean, y'all already doing it. Y'all been doing it. Y'all just found
negative.
What's the?
I'm 5 years into the process.
Oh, it took a long time.
Yeah,
we build.
People want an instant Band-Aid fix. This ain't the microwave result.
So what is this date, March?
Hold on, Apostle. 1 second, Apostle.
Women's month, March.
Someone finds in their genealogy that they're indigenous, and they're seeing Native Americans or other indigenous tribes receiving reparations or restitution from the government. Should they go about trying to get that, or what should they be doing?
You have to. The tribal structure or the tribal rule is this: with the information that you know, you have to do the best that you can. When you learn more information, it allows you to do better than you were doing before. Right? So those people that they call it Native Americans, and they not from over here.
But they
was giving them titles by the government that don't belong over here either. So you got two left feet trying to do a right foot dance.
But they are getting the money. They got the.
No, they getting fiat. If they was getting the money, they would be giving it to them in gold, silver, and other precious materials. They getting fiat.
Give me that fiat.
They got those casinos. They got their own particular land. It looks like a bunch of dirt. I understand that, and
that's why I don't gamble now.
But
that's why I don't gamble.
Those people who we say are not
cap,
us,
man. That's cap.
They living on reservations.
They living on reservations.
2-story homes.
That's right. But them casinos
having the same
are making them money.
Not everyone though. Not everyone gets the money, and not every tribe that
That's
has.
because there's some cheating shit going on.
Let me say this here. Because you have federal recognized, and then you have state recognized. You can be recognized by the state, but you that don't mean you'll be federal recognized. A lot of people that are federal recognized are those who chose to ally with this new confederacy that became the United States. So in return, they were granted certain benefits in the Constitution, even to retain the government relationship with this newly formed United States that was helped formed by the Indians and their associates. Now, once they came down south, they brought out what's called the Civilization Plan, 1791, George Washington, and they went to the tribes and offered them. They didn't just kick the door in, come in guns blazing. They went down there and offered them a seat at the table. Some people took it. The ones that opposed it, well, you see the Civil Wars come out through 1811 all the way up through the Civil War. So, long story short, I say this here far as them having casinos or whatever. Not everyone gets it, because a lot of those people were implanted after Reorganization Act in the 1920s, where it wasn't traditional that the chieftain goes through the bloodline. Now the situation is set up exactly like the U.S. government, but now they vote in. They vote in who they want in, and that's how they were able to insert their people in.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look, we getting tricked by the money.
I like that.
The money has no intrinsic value in and of itself. It's only tied to contracts. And they allowed
me. Give it to me. I'm signing all them goddamn contracts. Give me all of them. I'm putting rubber bands on them. Give them to me, man. Ain't no feeling like counting money. I don't need the money. I'm gonna count it. Ain't no feeling like counting it. Give me all of that money, man. That shit ain't, y'all heard, it ain't got no power. Go empty out your bank accounts and give me that. Take the power back.
These casinos to be built in order to circulate enough notes to maintain the artificial currency and to artificially float the government. The money is a fiat currency. It's not backed by anything. It should be backed by gross domestic product or gross national product, but nothing backs the money.
It is backed by rubber bands. Okay? Say them hold back by rubber bands and bank notes. You hear me? Bank notes and rubber bands. You feel me? That was mine backed by, I don't know what y'all look like. Mine backed by rubber bands and bank notes.
Money, the US dollar is not backed by anything.
It ain't, so y'all don't need it. Empty your bank accounts and send it out to me like Nature Boy. Y'all know Nature Boy in court. Nature Boy trial started. We're gonna follow it next week. Nature Boy thugging in public, boy. Another Pan-African bites the dust. Boy. My. I mean, to be accessory to colonization because you were taught wrong. You bleed in these niggas who was trash. And Nature Boy sitting there, and he like, huh? I wonder if he already got a boyfriend in prison already. Y'all know he gonna get him one.
Thinking that because they giving these people a whole bunch of monopoly money that they getting them currency, that they giving them real money. Real money is transferred in gold and silver. If these people are not collecting gold and silver and they collecting fiat currency, they not collecting money. They artificially floating the fractional reserve banking system, keeping them in power under the pretense of wealth. But the pretense is false. We got to get to the real money, back to the gold standard, back to the silver standard. If we don't do that, then fiat worthless piece of paper becomes our destiny. We don't want that shit. Fuck that.
Y'all don't want that, man. Fuck that money, man. Go get to empty them bank accounts and send me that. Y'all don't, man. Fuck that money. Man, I got trash bags and I got tall trash bags. We rate the league with fill that shit up, man. Fuck that money, man. Y'all heard what he said. Fuck about no goddamn money, man. Put all that shit in that bag.
Wipe my ass with it.
Help me. I can prove that my grandmother, Olivia Tony, and all the way back to her, they were, according to Ancestry.com, were Cherokees. They had to register. Then I can prove that my grandfather on my mother's side, okay, was born in 1864, and he was born a slave. His mama was a slave. They all were slaves. His older siblings were slaves.
Maybe you should try to get reparations then.
So what I'm saying, right, this is what I'm saying. What do I do?
You need to contact the offices, the diplomatic office in DC for Sierra Leone, so you can fight for your reparations.
Look,
because the Africans reclaiming their shit. So if you one of them, then you need to be fighting for your reparations, like right along with them.
Yeah.
Now 300,000 Empress, not 100,000, 300,000.
Over 30 people. Okay, came to
I'm not arguing with that. I'm not disputing that. I'm just telling you that if you're trying to get reparations, you need to contact the consulate for Sierra Leone so that you can have a political body to represent you in your negotiations for your reparations. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what about my grandmother, Olivia? That's a Cherokee. Because I understand Cherokees are getting reparations.
Well, I have to ask you this question. Are you a matriarchal descendant or a patriarchal descendant? Meaning, do your ancestral
I said my grandmother.
Do your ancestral lineage pass down through your motherland or your fatherland?
I said my grandmother.
So then you can't fight for your Sierra Leone's reparation and fight for your grandmama too, because you're gonna have to choose.
Why can't I fight for both?
Because
they both are legitimate. Why
can't they both may be legitimate, but they only can pay out one claim.
Why is that? I disagree with that.
Well, for the land,
you got a right to disagree.
Okay, so you have both sides of the family.
So listen, you have two different claims. You have a claim back in Sierra Leone. You have a claim in the U.S. Which in the U.S. they gonna ask you for that genealogy. You gonna have to prove, and they gonna want you to go back 6 generations.
DNA done proved it for
so hold on. Now you said that you do have a side on your grandma, which was the Cherokee side.
That sound
right?
like Dred Scott.
You said the Cherokee are getting paid. Well, you had the Cherokee versus Nash case. The Cherokee did bring in, let people come back in after they reconstituted their constitution in the 70s. The first one was in the 1830s, and they came back in the 70s, reconstituted their constitution, kicked the niggas out. 2017 Cherokee versus Nash, they had to bring them back in under a clause in the 1866 treaty that stated that they had just as much right to Indian and to the land than the mixed races who signed a treaty, because the mixed races were coming back into, they signed with the Confederate on the Albert Pike. So in 1866, they came back into the U.S. jurisdiction. The first time was in 1883, 1886, 88, and 71, the Treaty of Hosting, because they would still trade with the Spanish. And then 1794, they created their government. But they that case and the situation with the Cherokee, they once they came back in under the 1866 treaty, that's why they had to come back in, because they had more right to being Indian than those people. So they brought them back in, Cherokee versus Nash. And yes, the federal government gave millions of dollars to the Cherokee because of that. But the Creek, the Choctaw, and these other tribes, they still haven't let their people in. So it's still allotment and still a lot of money that the government is owed, but it's not owed to them. It's owed to these people out here who don't know their genealogy, who's actually tied back to these treaties in their family history. And until we do that, we'll never know. That money just sit there. Like I brought up the Glickman case. Obama and them gave away the $50,000 to anybody can prove that their family member was a former at a certain time. And you know, they had millions of dollars that didn't get paid out. For one, they didn't promote it. A lot of the politicians were against it. Felt like it was giving niggas reparations, but it was millions of dollars that stayed. And once the deadline was up, ain't no telling what they did with that money. But it didn't go to the people it should have went to.
Yeah, you know what makes me feel like the reason why we're not getting it? because we as a people are not coming together. We're dividing ourselves over who in the hell was a slave and who in the hell been here all the time. And we are arguing. And I'm sitting here saying, why can't we be both?
Okay, 1 second while we get into that, because you said one thing that was important before. You were saying your DNA proves that you go back to a particular person. I just wanted you to know that your DNA isn't admissible in court. They say it's entertainment for a reason. They do not accept 23andMe, Ancestry, any forms of DNA in court. So you wouldn't be able to use that claim to divide everything back. But to your point here, I really want you to answer this. So, because I mean, this is a lot of things that draws us in. How they always draw us in is we're not moving forward because of the fact that we're not all coming together under one staple or under one thing as far as it. So what do you feel like we could accomplish if we all came together?
I don't know, but let me say, when I'm talking about my DNA, I'm not talking about my DNA. I'm talking about my relative. I'm talking about the fact that I'm connected to this person, this person, this person, this person. And the way I can show that is through the DNA, not talking about Sierra Leone or Benin or this plot or this land. I'm talking about this person, these individuals. I'm listed as kin. I can show that I am from this generation here all the way back to Charles Anson Campbell, not just on my mother's side, but I can show it on my father's side, all the way back.
One second, Apostle. So Peace, Rod Hayes was just saying like he really has to go, y'all. Peace, thank you so much for coming again. It was an awesome conversation that we had with you the whole time. Anything you want to say before you had to drop down?
No, I appreciate y'all having me for a guest. I don't know when I'll be back, but anytime I can help try to get us to understand that our ancestors left us a structural system, that if we remember our culture, we don't have to ask nobody for shit. We tell everybody where they belong on our land. They don't tell us where we belong. They don't ship us off to plantations and call them reserves. Them people have nothing to do with us collectively. Those were people that was made native by presidential orders. That don't make them organic to the land. And so soon as y'all get that through y'all head, we gonna make progress at lightning speed. But the process is slow because we have to wake up a certain percentage of us to activate our mother line's matriarchal right to bring back in the great law at the close of the old age in the dawn of the new age. They told us everything, and I've drug all of the secrets out in the open because I was asked to by a series of chiefs that preceded me. Now, this shit ain't no secret no more. It's the cognitive dissonance and rationalizing the information that's the problem. Right? So I know what I'm doing to help us, but don't nobody else have to know. Because it might be, it's a possibility, it's above their pay grade in their spiritual rank in order to know what I'm doing. Because this shit is complicated for me and I'm actually doing it. So for somebody who don't have the same spiritual guidance to the same level, they might think I'm crazy for 20 years after they figure it out. Because I would have had to be crazy to see all this shit for what it is. Because the only sane person in the insane world is the crazy motherfucker. And all this shit is insanity to me. So everybody got different perspectives of looking at stuff. I don't mind people disagreeing with me. We ain't supposed to all have the same opinion about everything all the time. Or else we'd just be some go along to get along, spineless ass people trying to figure out our way and getting our head busted every turn. So we got to be willing to accept the constructive criticism, and the ones who don't understand, they're going to lash out because they don't really get it. Right. So I appreciate y'all for having me. And it was a great video.
And we want you to come with Empress Rarebird, and we'll keep everybody off. You know, we can always get Big Chief to come back and, you know, stuff, but it can just be, you know, you guys really teaching us and really having a conversation, because we would love for you to expand more on everything that you're teaching us now.
Mm-hmm. Empress Redbird gonna probably be tied up for the next couple months. I don't know if I'll be able to get her free, but I'll try. But Topcatz, we definitely got a link because, you know.
For sure, I got you. I'm gonna make it happen. Be looking for me in your DM.
For sure.
All right, peace.
We're okay with waiting a couple months. So
okay.
Whenever.
Man, Pyramid Tour, BCU Pyramid Tour coming up, man. Y'all gonna start getting ready, man. We ought to have the information out. Registration almost done. Y'all, the family that want to get the platinum packs, 3 installments, $125 in the Cash App, and let me know this is my payment plan, and we're gonna make sure we get y'all in there, man. We want to get at least 100 people with a platinum pack, bro. We have too much information compiled. What are you waiting on? You feel me? Go on, jump in, go get that work. You feel me? Best ever did it and got away with it. Y'all be cool like y'all be cool. And that's my time. I'm gone.
High volume.
Hey. Oh, there go. There go. BCU.
He want the scoop. She want the tea. She want the tea. I cannot speak. We keeping it street.
Keeping it.
I took a loss, but you still gonna get beat. How much it costs? It never been cheap.
Let go.
Turn your click up, dog.
Let go.
Turn your bitch up, dog.
Let go.
Tiny streets can't cross it. All these streets need bosses. Turn your click up, dog. Turn your bitch up, dog. Tiny streets can't cross it. All these streets need bosses. My dog get low in his pockets, I'm picking them up. We came from the bottom together, my nigga. We get it, we splitting it up.
Big Indian. Tree still down there talking about this 6 magic class. What do y'all got going on? I need to be debriefed.
Standing on business ain't nothing to pipe that shit up.
Nah.
It ain't nothing to turn the bitch up. It ain't nothing to turn your click up. Ain't nothing shit. We turn the jeweler up. Just look at the diamonds we bust. Look at the people we touch. Shit, I'm feeling like Puffy and Rush. I'm seeing this shit like a toilet. Little nigga so nasty, I never been flushed. Go. Bulletproof rappers, it came with a kid on it.
Came with a kid on it.
Shit that you like, it kick it, you spit on it.
You eat the dick, you gotta spit on it.
Dope in my hand, I had to go flip on him.
Yeah.
He want the scoop. She want the tea. She want the tea. I cannot speak. We keeping it street. I took a loss, but you still gonna get beat. How much it costs? It never been cheap. Turn your click up, dog.
Let go.
Turn your bitch up, dog.
Let go.
Tiny streets can't cross it. All these streets need bosses. Turn your click up, dog.
Let go.
Turn your bitch up, dog.
Let go.
Tiny streets can't cross it. All these streets need bosses.
Big dog status bill, ball in his mouth for my purse. Cold yard bag, told the cutter, I got it out the field. Fuck us. Going as L'Oreal about the paddock and going as Jordan as dead. Elite water trying to drown a bitch. It's a habit tricking on a bitch. Shit, I'm thinking I'm cooking a pill. Shit, I'm cooking up dope like a dump. Shit, like her first gon' sit nigga trip. Shit, I'm floating, I'm out in the blip. Shit, it look like I'm swimming in glass. Shit, I turn out my bitch cause she bad. Shit, I'm making her ex nigga mad. Shit, they go for that bitch man. Real nigga alert, I'm wearing a bag. Piping a bitch, it ain't like I can. Turn up the shooters, the switches go bad. They was some scammers, but no to pay. Slapping no rap, my dog can fall off. No caping, no bound of a brick. I'm making a call off. I'm making a quit. Painkillers. Got my little demons on gold. They ready to hit with stick. Painkillers. Got my little bitch on gold. She ready to hit the dick. Main hitters. Call up the gang members. They was already on the lick. Hanging with me goes all these drugs and guns. They be this.
He want the scoop. She want the tea. She want the tea. I get on speak. We keep it in street. We keep it in street. I took a loss, but you still gon' get beat. You still gon' How much it costs? It never been cheap.
Let go.
Turn your click up, dog.
Let go.
Turn your bitch up, dog.
Let go.
Turn these streets can't cross it. All these streets need bosses. Turn your click up, dog.
Let go.
Turn your bitch up, dog. Turn these streets can't cross it. All these streets need bosses.
Freaky sneaky. All these bitches trying to get hit.
Hey.
And that diamonds on my neck and on my wrist. These ain't bullshit. Walk to the club with an F and N in this bitch. She like Ray J. How? She wanna talk to the kid, make one wish. I'ma get fried right. Shrooms and syrup, I'm trying to get high tonight. Some of the pies right. I'ma start dancing as soon as they hitting the light. Jesus, peace, Christ. With your geek light. You like Miley Cyrus. You like Virgil White. I'm on the blues. Like an all blues. Beat it up black and blue. My dog got dog food. If we can't win, nigga, we gon' y'all lose. So to bring your best friend. I'ma fuck on y'all too.
Yeah.
He want the scoop.
I love y'all. This is my time. I'm gone.
I cannot speak. We keeping it street. We keeping it street. I took a loss, but you still gon' get beat. You still gon' get beat. How much it costs? It never been cheap.
You.
Turn your click up, dog. Turn your bitch up, dog. Turn these streets can't cross it. All these streets need bosses. Turn your click up, dog. Turn your bitch up, dog. Turn